Send your request only if you disagree. All right? Let's see how disciplined we're going to be. Man, it's so strange streaming from my phone. To think that I used to do this like this all the time. Hello?
Shalom.
Peace be upon you and your ancestors.
Yeah. Where you from?
Why does it matter where I'm from, bro?
Just asking a question, man.
I was just hoping, brother, you go straight to the subject of conversation. You know, the more anonymous we are, the better. I ain't trying to get shot.
Are you Nigerian?
You can call me Nigerian and you'll be right. You can call me Egyptian and you'll be right. You can call me South African and you'll be right. As long as it's somewhere on the continent of
You
Africa, you'll
can't
be
be
right.
all these different things. Like what tribe are you from? At least tell me your tribe. That's all I want to know.
I'm from the black tribe.
It ain't no black tribe.
Where I'm from, all the tribes are black. Duh.
You black?
Of course.
You're the same color as your that thing you got on your head? You look brown.
I'm pretty sure that you understand the
Your
social
hair, your
construct.
eyebrows look black,
I'm pretty
but you
sure.
look brown.
I'm pretty
So you're
sure.
not even from the black tribe.
I'm pretty sure you understand the social construct when we use the word
No.
black.
Well, when you listen, if you're gonna use the whitey language, like come on, when are we gonna learn?
For
When are
the
we gonna like
for the purpose of communication, brother, you know exactly what I mean. I don't really want to play that
I
game.
don't know what you
Are you
mean
okay? If
because
you don't know what I mean, then go look it up. That's you. That's
black I
you.
don't know
Sure,
where's the land
sure,
of black?
sure,
Where's the
sure,
land of black?
sure. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about
Okay, all
God.
I asked you what tribe you was from. That's all I asked you. You said
And
black.
all I said was God is purely imaginary. Request if you disagree. Are
Are
you going to
you
talk about that?
imaginary?
Are you going to talk about
Yeah, we
God?
can talk about it, but are you
Are,
imaginary too?
are you going to talk about God?
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
then go straight to the point, brother. I don't want to play games, please.
I'm asking you, are you imaginary?
That has nothing to do with the subject of conversation.
Well, if you are real and something created you, then it has to be something called a creator.
No,
You can't come from
it's
nothing.
it's it's not that something created me, and that has nothing to do with my origins. I know that my father and my mother engaged in intercourse that eventually led to my existence. So I don't associate my existence with anything outside of that. That's just basic common sense. Now, I say God is purely imaginary. What's your most solid argument? I don't want to play
My
games.
most solid argument is that you are here talking to me,
We already know how we're here, and it
and
has nothing
it's
to
not
do with the
inside of
God.
my brain.
We,
You're a person
yes,
somewhere in
and I am
Nigeria.
not the subject of conversation. One more chance, brother. If not, I'm just gonna remove you, man.
Yeah,
Address
but
the
I
point.
mean, what you want me to use? You want me to say that God is real, but I can't use no evidence to prove it?
If you're gonna use
Like,
me to prove that God is real, then that proves that God is imaginary. Because the only way that I can interact with the idea of God is to imagine it, just like you. You're making my point. That's why I'm saying, bro. If you have nothing else, then there's no need to argue. The only way human beings express the idea of God is literally to cook it up in their imagination. That's why it's different in the head of everybody. That's why there's 10 millions of it, millions of it, right? The God you got in your head is not the same that the Muslim got in his head. And even among Muslims, they got a different version in their own head. We can't even imagine the same thing. Even when we use the same words, we use the same religion, we use the same religious books. At the end of the day, our personal experiences will affect how we imagine it. And it's okay. It's okay that God is imaginary. I don't know why you got a problem with it. Superman is imaginary too. And look at all the cool shit we do with it. We can do
Superman is,
we can do a lot with imaginary ideas.
you know why you know why I believe God is real.
I don't need to know why you believe that God is real.
Well, you know why I know God is real. I won't even say believe.
I know that you don't know that God is real, so I don't want to play that
I
game.
know He's real.
That's your problem.
How that's a problem?
Because you can't prove it to me beyond telling me a bunch of stories about how you feel. This is not my first rodeo, bro.
Hey, listen. If you don't want to believe, that's on you. You got your own
If
brain.
you want to believe, that's on you.
All right.
That's
Well,
not the subject of
you can't
conversation.
prove that he's not real because
Um,
you.
again, if you had one bit of understanding of the subject, the burden of proof is not on the person who says that something doesn't exist. It's always going to be on the person who says that something exists, the one who makes the positive statement, the one that poses that that thing in fact is in reality. By default, God doesn't exist if God cannot be observed. So only the
I'm.
people who say that God can be observed have the burden of proof. So if you don't have that burden of proof, bro, go look for it, and when you got it, you can come back. Okay, bro?
I could give you a lot of proof, but
You can
if
give
you're
me a
gonna cut me
bunch of
off,
stories on how you feel.
if you're gonna cut me off, go ahead, cut me off. But I have more proof.
No, you do not.
If God is so fake,
You're literally starting your statement with an if. If
yeah.
if
Okay. So
when
what you want
some
me to say? Is
when
God's
something is real, you don't start with an if.
I'm saying it because you don't believe it.
Whether I believe in something or not, if it exists objectively, it will be observable beyond my belief. So can
It
you?
is observable because I'm talking to you and it's not in my head. I'm not somewhere dreaming.
You talking to
I'm,
me is not the equivalent of God existing, bro. I can talk to you about the tooth fairy. It doesn't mean it exists.
no, you can talk about the tooth fairy, but yeah, the tooth fairy don't take your teeth. We all know this.
Well, who knows that?
I know it.
How
You
do you
don't
know
know the
that?
tooth fairy is fake?
How do you know
That
that?
your mother and your father take your teeth
How do
and
you
put
know
money
that?
under your pillow?
Your pastor and your priest has been lying to you in the same way that your father and your
I
mother
know they're
lied to you.
lying to me, but they can't lie to me because I could read for myself.
Read what?
I could read the word of God for myself.
And who wrote that word?
Uh, it was given to prophets to write down.
Were you there?
No,
How you know they didn't make that shit up?
because in the Bible there's something called prophecy, and it
There's
says,
prophecy in every tradition, every culture, every religion. So
"Well,
what?
give me a prophecy. Give me a prophecy outside of the Bible that is gonna happen because the Quran don't got prophecy.
You can go into Islam and you'll find prophecies about how,
It ain't no prophecy in there. Ain't no prophecy. We listen. I battle Muslims all the time. They have no prophecy. They
again,
have to go to the Bible to get their
again,
prophecy.
listen. Do you know the difference
Hmm.
between a prophecy and a prediction?
Basically, it sounds like the same thing,
Okay, you know how the weatherman predicts the
but a
weather?
prediction, but
Do
a
you know do
prophecy.
you know how the weatherman predicts the weather?
The
Yeah,
weatherman
that's
don't
far more
predict it.
accurate than anything
The
you can read
weatherman
in
don't
the.
predict the weather. The weatherman always wrong. So he don't predict nothing. He can't predict nothing.
All right, bro. Thank you for your time. I'm not playing that game with you tonight. Sorry. Sorry. Please, when you come up, go straight to your point. Request only if you disagree.
Hi,
Hello?
how are you? I know you going to. I know you like me. I say maybe he wanna talk to me, brother. I wanna. This naked statue is you.
No,
You
it's
put in
my
a naked statue. I feel
it's
sorry for you, brother,
it's my
from
great
Nigeria.
great 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 grandfather.
Okay. I wanna answer. I wanna answer the brother before you. The guy you just stop him to talk. I'm an ex-Muslim. Okay. Jesus Christ, he saved my life. Okay. Islam is false. Jesus Christ, he's God in a flesh. He saved my life. And God is real, brother. And I want to tell you that God, he love you. The devil, he doesn't love you. Okay? So when you was talking to the other brother earlier and you told him Islam this, Islam is false. Jesus said, I am the way and the truth and life.
Why is Islam false?
Islam is false because I'm an ex-Muslim, okay?
I don't give a
Jesus
shit
said,
what you used to be. Give me a good
talk to
reason
me
why Islam
nicely.
is
Listen,
false.
I'm talking to you nicely. Talk to me
It's
nicely,
just
okay?
language. No disrespect. No disrespect.
No,
It's
no,
just
no.
language.
You know the person by their fruit.
Sister, tell me why Islam is false beyond how you feel.
Islam is false
Why?
because Muhammad died, okay? And Jesus is rose in a third day.
And
I pray.
have you seen Jesus?
Did you hear my? Yes, he saved me. He
Have you
saved
seen
me.
him?
I'm an ex-Muslim. Yes, I saw him.
Where?
He appeared himself to me in a dream. Many ex-Muslim, Jesus Christ, he appeared
Hold up,
he
hold up,
appeared him them
hold
in
up,
a
hold
dream.
up. Jesus appeared to you in a dream?
Jesus, he saved me, brother. Yes,
Jesus appeared to you in a dream?
Jesus, he appeared himself to me in a dream. That's why he
Do you know
saved
do
me.
you know what a dream
I'm
is?
a born again Christian.
Do
I'm the
you know what
child
a
of God.
do you know what a dream is?
Jesus, what's the dream is? He
Do
appeared
you
himself to me in a dream.
do you
Yes.
know that a dream is imaginary?
Before 1 second, those people who laughing, you be the
Sister, did you know that dreams are imaginary?
no, it's not
All
imagination.
right, then thank
It's
you for your time.
real.
If you don't know that dreams are
Listen to me.
imaginary, you have a lot
No,
to
no,
learn.
listen to me. I will pray for you. I will pray for you.
Pray
God
for your
bless you.
grandfather, pray
I
for
will pray
anyone you
for you
want
and
to. You are free to do whatever you want to do. Look, guys, I don't want to play that game. All right? If
Hello,
you don't
buddy.
know that, if you don't know that dreams are imaginary, that's your problem. I'm not responsible for
Hello,
your lack of education. What's up, bro?
my Barry. Why are you so angry though?
Can you address the subject at hand? Forget about what I am.
Yeah. So, so where this life came from?
I don't know.
You don't know. What's your purpose in life? What are your life? What are you living for?
What
What's
does
the
that have
point
to
of
do
your
with
life?
God is imaginary?
No, no, yeah. What's the point of your life?
What does that have to do with God is imaginary?
Because God created you, but you say no. Who
Can you prove
created
that
you?
God created me?
It's part of you're talking about God. Who
Can you can
created
you
you?
can you prove that God created me?
Can you prove God didn't create you?
I'm gonna
Give me
ask
a
you
proof
one
He
more
did.
time. If you don't ask me,
No,
I'm
no, no,
taking you
no,
down.
no,
Can you
no, no.
prove that God created me?
Yeah, I can prove. Yeah, you have eyes, right? You have teeth. You have soul. You have a heart. Who created that? Tell
My
me.
father and my mother.
No, your father. Yeah, who created your father and mother?
Hey, I'm not gonna
Stand
play
there and
that
just
game. You asked me who
no, no,
created
no.
me,
Then
and I
play the
told
game
you
because you're
now
gonna
you're
lose,
gonna play
buddy.
that game.
You're gonna
Look,
lose. You're full
look,
of
look,
shit.
look, look.
Yeah,
If
you're
you
full
wanna
of
know
shit.
who if you wanna
You are
know who
full of
created
shit.
my
You
father and
piece of
my
shit.
mother,
You talk about God. You're angry because your life is a piece of shit like you. You talk about
did God send you to come and say that? Hmm? You see your behavior? Your behavior is proof that God doesn't exist. Look at you. The way you're behaving now. If God existed, oh man, ain't no way I was gonna away from TikTok for a whole month and y'all still acting the same way. I give y'all a break. Hello,
Hello, brother.
hello, brother.
I just want to say, man, I love what you're doing. Keep cooking in God believers. I fuck with you. All right, I'm out.
All right, no problem. I say request only if you disagree, y'all. Request only if you disagree.
It's good, my guy.
What's up, bro?
Look, right? So your statement is God is purely imaginary, right? Cool. That's your belief. I gotta respect you for that. I feel like a lot of people are coming in here and being too aggressive. You feel me? My beliefs, I gotta speak to you how I truly see it. Why I say God is real, you feel me? Because he's proven to me in moments where I needed him that he is there. Maybe you feel me that you haven't sat down. Have you tried connecting with God?
Which one?
Any. If you no, hear me out. If you believe in, you feel me, some
I've
different things.
I've I've connect I've connected with the God on the dollar. There's a God on the dollar,
All right.
the green dollar,
That-
and I can buy gas with it. I can buy all types of things with it.
all right.
I can buy chocolate, vanilla.
All right. So you feel like you're attached to the mortal things. You feel like
I don't know. I don't need to
you.
feel like I'm attached to anything. The things to
So then
which
I
I'm
ask.
attached, the natural things that I'm attached to are by default. We don't argue
Mhm,
about them. Do you know why we're arguing
mhm,
about God? Because God is not real in our real world. The realest things in our world, we don't argue about them. We don't argue about water's existence. We don't argue about the sun's existence. We're only arguing about God because it's purely imaginary. And yet some people pretend like it's not. And just because you have the autonomy to claim that you believe something doesn't automatically make it true or real. And the only subjects that we're allowed to kind of have our own individual opinions and kind of roll with it are
Mhm.
imaginary things, Those things are not really that important.
True, but what would you give the context or definition of faith then? Isn't faith believing in something that you can't see? In context, if we're using it for like faith.
If you get to that point, it's usually you've hit the point of desperation, right? And yeah, it's a natural defense mechanism of the human brain. When a person is absolutely hopeless and completely void of any meaningful
Hmm.
solution to their problems, they have no choice but to fantasize, and then within their fantasies, they can find hope, though the reality is that, hey, they are hopeless. You know
I
what I'm
got
saying,
you.
bro? It's like,
Hmm.
hey, a broken glass, no matter how much you hope it, once the glass is broken, it's broken. So
Hmm.
it's that's why we
Question.
associate it with a delusion. And to be honest, bro, if you're at the point where nothing else is working for you and you just about to give up on life, sure as hell you can imagine whatever the fuck you want. Just like people who are in
Hmm.
hospice waiting to die. They're allowed
Hmm.
to imagine whatever they want to imagine. At that point, you just gotta tell them whatever makes them feel good. Because there
Yeah.
really ain't gonna be no good in the world anyways. But to a person that is healthy enough and functional enough to affect society and to go about, their daily activities, it's good to be real with such people, to not give into false hope and expect real results. That's why Jesus Christ hasn't come back in 2,000 years. And I'm telling you, man, the clock is going to tick for the next 2,000 years. He ain't going to come. In fact, human beings are going to change your calendar and Jesus will still not have come.
True. I mean, but think about it. In a time where we called upon God, we killed him. You think someone's gonna come back after coming and showing you light and then still saying, nah, fuck that, I don't believe in you.
Jesus Christ didn't come and accomplish anything in terms of what he was teaching that there weren't already wise men that came with that information. There's really no principle that Jesus taught that Buddha didn't teach, that don't exist in the teachings of Buddha, Confucius, within the Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology. Human beings
Yeah.
learn through trial and error. And in
But
fact, today,
Christianity and Greeks were coincide at the same times. The that other one, oh, it's late. It's late. Let me backtrack. My fault. Let me go back to the faith part, if you don't mind. If you believe that faith is a concept that we've created to accept death, why do you feel like humans are the only ones who do that?
for the
Why
same
are you?
reason why human beings are the only ones that play video game, it's a human construct, a social construct, right? And like I said, there are certain characteristics of a human being that are unique to a human being that we don't
Got
necessarily
you.
observe it in other things which are not human, right? And in order to know that something else is having the same type of experience, you have to be that same type of species. So who knows, perhaps within the animal kingdom they do experience something similar. Okay, imagine what's going through the mind of a gazelle when the
Mhm.
lion literally just caught his ass. What do you
Mhm.
think that gazelle was hoping for?
To not die. Not pray to die. Why? Because hear me out. Hear me out. It states it. It states this in the Bible, right? That humans have one gift from God, and that's thought. No other animal got. No other species has it. Only humans.
No other species has what?
Thought. We have free thought. Every other species, animals run off of instinct.
You don't think that a dog can think?
A dog can think,
Can or
but they
can't?
can. Yeah, it's off of instinct. It isn't free will. A dog is a
Bro,
dog.
you don't have free will either.
Yes, I do. I can leave my house right now. I could jump off a roof. I can go swimming.
Can you
I
go
can
to
buy.
Mars? Can you go to Mars right now?
Yes, yes. People have flown to Mars, have they not? Did we not just have Mars exploration?
Hold up, hold up,
NASA
hold up,
NASA
hold up,
just
hold up,
released
hold up, hold up, hold up.
document.
You can
Hmm.
go to Mars right now?
Yes, people can fly. NASA just released a Mars. Yeah, they just explored Mars.
Bro, I don't think you heard my question. I said, can you go
Can
to
me?
Mars right
Can
now?
me?
Do you
Yes,
have
I.
the free will to go to Mars right now?
Yeah. What stops someone from becoming an astronaut?
What's stopping you is that you lack the knowledge, you lack the resources, and you lack the ability to survive in that type of environment. So your will is constrained by those aspects of reality. Free will is the ability to act without the
Hmm.
constraint of fate or
So you're saying you're.
necessity, right? So
Mhm.
in fact, within your belief system, the only one that will have free will be your God. So only an omnipresent, omnipotent, an omniscient being, an all-knowing, all-powerful, ever-present being can truly have free will. Every other type of being is constrained one way or another. So what you have is a limited will. You are limited to your anatomy, limited to your knowledge, limited to your wisdom, limited to your resources. Don't let nobody fool you.
In what application?
At every given time, you always only have a limited amount of choices. In
Says
fact,
who?
you're limited by your ability to only be able to act upon one choice at a time.
No, that's
You can't act on multiple choices simultaneously. In fact,
yes, you
you
can.
cannot act on infinite choices simultaneously.
Says who? That's quite literally
Says the
ADHD.
basic reality
It's
of our
what?
world, and unless you would delude yourself and remove
Okay, so
yourself from
question,
reality.
question. Is ADHD a real thing?
Attention deficit disorder.
Have you spoken to someone who has that?
I'll imagine that we all demonstrate that tendency at some point in time, to a certain degree. It's just extreme in
Mhm.
some people, but it seems to be a human thing.
And then question, someone who has ADHD, they'll say that they have multiple rapid thoughts at one moment, right?
That's why it's called a disorder, not an order.
Okay, but okay, but that's still something that you are mentally capable of doing, is it not?
Disorder. It's a
Still mentally
disability.
capable, right? Still
Disorder.
mentally capable.
Disorder.
Disorder or not?
The key word here is disorder.
Yeah, by whose standard?
Do you know what disorder is?
By who? Yeah, by whose standard?
By the
Because who?
standard of our reality as defined and experienced.
Okay, so are you saying that someone with that quote unquote disorder is less than you?
They lack. Okay, someone that has a disability, clearly there are
Mhm.
things that they're not able to do. That's why it's disability, right?
Yeah.
So
Uh huh.
if you're suffering from extreme ADHD, it might
Hmm.
affect your ability to perform certain human functions, which if I don't have ADHD, I could be able to perform, especially work that requires detailed attention, focus, you know.
Yeah, but a disability isn't a inability. Just because you have the disability doesn't mean you are incapable of said things. Like you say,
You
you
know
stated
what?
that.
Those
Sorry.
two go hand in hand.
Nah, because I have ADHD and I feel like I've excelled farther than a lot of people my age.
Sure. Let me ask you a question. If you are
Talk to me.
missing two legs, how fast can you run than a person who has two legs?
Exactly. That's a inability, not a disability. You have the inability to walk. You have no legs.
So a
You
person
quite
who does
literally
so you're saying
cannot.
that a person that doesn't have legs is not disabled?
Yeah, yeah. It's the inability.
Is
Their
he
inability
disabled? Are
to.
they disabled? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's two different contexts. That's like saying if I throw a rock at you and a stick at you.
brother,
Yeah,
are they disabled? Yes or no?
yeah. But see, what you're doing. Hear me out. Hear me out before cutting you off.
What does
Is you're
disability mean?
grabbing.
What does
Hear me
disability
out.
mean?
Hear me out. Hear me out, so I
No,
can
no, no.
break it
Just
down to you.
answer the question. What
Right?
does disability mean?
You see how I ask you a question, then I let you talk,
Bro,
then
brother,
you ask me something and don't let me talk.
what does disability mean?
It's your disability. For in context, like I was saying to your statement.
Brother, define the
Hear me
word.
out. Are you gonna let me? You gonna let me speak, bro?
If you would define the
Because
word.
you let me get into context.
No, don't contextualize. Define the word generally first.
Disability, right? In context, is an inability or unable to.
And then I
But
said
let
that
me
those
get
two go
into
hand in hand.
yeah. But like I
Okay,
said, in
so guess
context,
what? Guess what?
everybody
A,
else is saying without
a
context.
disability is a disability, bro. Contextualize it however you want to.
Exactly. But hear me
Whether
out.
you
Hear
say
me out. Hear
inability or
me out.
disability, it's the same thing
Hear me out.
within the
But
context
like
of
I
this
was saying in
conversation.
context, like I said in context, you stated that people have the inability to have multiple thoughts at one time. I then gave you an example where people have the ability,
That's not
and
what
you
I
said
said.
it's a disability.
That's
Yes,
not
it
what I
is.
said.
It is. You said people have the inability to process multiple thoughts at the same time.
That's not
I
what I
there.
said.
How are you going to tell me I'm listening to you?
No, you are not clearly not listening properly.
All right, then reiterate your
You
statement.
only have the ability to act
Mhm.
upon one aspect of your will at a time. So when it comes to actions, you can't go left and right at the same time. If there's two roads, right? If the road separates and you want to make a choice, you have the free will to go either ways, but you don't have the free will to go both ways at the same time. That's the point I was making. So stop
Okay.
dancing left and right. So you're limited by your ability to only be able to act upon one aspect of your will or one product of your will at a time. And that inability to be omnipresent means you cannot have free will literally, unless you now redefine free will to have constraint. Then you always have to contextualize and be like, okay, I don't mean it literally, I just mean it within this context. But literally, nobody has free will. Our will
All
is
right.
limited. The word is limited will.
All
Shit,
right.
the freest shit you got is probably your imagination. That's why you got God in it. And that's why it's different in everybody's head. But look, brother, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you, okay?
Thank you too, bro. Thank you for breaking it down for me. I
Yes,
respect that.
sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, brother is nice. There is no God. There never has been. There never would be, my people. God is a man-made construct. And you are free to believe, just like someone else is free not to believe. If somebody's unbelief offends you, you got a problem. What's going on, Matthews?
Yo, yeah. So my question is, what causes you not to believe in God? Why do you personally believe God is imaginary?
For the same reason why I don't believe that Santa Claus is real. And though it was okay to do it when I was a child and didn't really have that level of maturity or that many responsibilities, I had the freedom to delude myself and to revel in my fantasies. But as I grow up and mature, maturity comes with a natural departure from fantasies, and God is one such fantasy that human beings don't usually outgrow because it's socially convenient for the powers that be to keep us in that deluded state. That's why you often hear people say God is Santa for adults. Quite literally, it is the same exact thing that's going on in the brain of a 5-year-old when he expects Santa Claus to bring him gifts on Christmas Day is the exact same thing that's going through the head of a Christian who's hoping that Jesus will come back. And both of those things will never happen because they are fantasies. And guess what? You might get some emotional reactions when you fantasize about them. That's why it's not necessarily 100% negative. You're allowed to imagine God however you want to. If you want to imagine God to be a stick, do it. In India, they imagine their cows to be God. They got millions of gods over there. In Christianity, shit, depending on which denomination you go, you're going to find Jesus hanging on a tree. And one, he's hanging on a stick. In one, he didn't even die at all. It's entertainment. And there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that some people try to pretend like it's not. Sentimentally.
Okay. So how do you think our world came to be and us humans came to exist?
I don't know.
You don't know. Doesn't that kind of like sit with you though, not knowing how we were made? You just kind of just are here.
Yeah, when
Doesn't
I
kind of
was
sit
a
with you?
child, I used to ponder over certain things that I didn't know, and I had the time to waste on it. But part of growing up again and being mature is to understand the things that you can know, the difference between the things that you can know and the difference between the things you cannot know, right? There's a certain realism associated with chasing something that is attainable rather than chasing something that is fleeting. Vanity. I think it's vanity for me to sit down here and spend a bunch of time pondering about where the world comes from when I could just be honest with myself and be like, look, I don't know. But what I do know is that there's a bunch of stories that human beings have made up throughout time to explain the origins of the world. And a lot of those stories are rooted in mythologies and storytelling and entertainment. I wasn't there. I do not know. Now, science has a narrative and it requires a lot of studying. I could probably break it down to you to the best of my understanding, but even science, to a certain extent, doesn't know it all, And to be honest, I focus on what I do have and what I can act upon, which is as long as I'm here, surrounded by my fellow human beings, my number one priority is to treat others like I want to be treated so that I can have the safest possible life until my time comes to expire, which I know will happen, as a matter of fact. That in of itself increases the sense of urgency. I don't have time to fantasize over, you know, fictitious things.
Okay. Well, what do
Look,
you
if
personally think?
somehow we discovered, listen, if we found a cure to death and human beings obtain immortality as we are right now, then I will really spend a lot of time thinking about where the world came from. But I don't got that kind of time, bro. If 100 years, that ain't that much time. Shit, now give me a few infinite, give me a few billion years. Then maybe I'll spend maybe 100 million of those years worrying about where the world came from.
Have you ever tried to like seek Jesus for yourself? Like, have you ever tried to even
Bro,
ask
I
if
have
he was
tried to
real?
seek Jesus with all my heart in the same way that a 5 years old seeks Santa Claus. And guess what? I grew up and realized that, yeah, it doesn't work. With the same level of commitment, with the same level of faith, with the same level of anticipation that a 5-year-old who has been told that Santa Claus will bring him gifts on Christmas if he gets all straight A's and is a good kid, I've done it all. And guess what? I did it as a Christian for more than 25 years. It's a fantasy. You see, unfortunately, for a long time, life was really miserable on earth. So socially, we came to accept the practice of lying to ourselves in order to make ourselves feel good when we are faced with the harsh realities of the world. It's something that we commonly still do with children. We don't tell them the whole truth. We acceptably lie to kids, like straight up lie. We just tell them shit that we know is not true, so that they don't fear, so that they don't panic, so they don't have anxiety. A lot of people don't grow out of that shit, bro. A lot of people grow up as adults and they still need someone to lie to them so that they're not anxious about the reality of the world.
Okay. Well, have you been getting some good sleep, my friend? It seems like your eyes are pretty red.
Hey, bro, I've been working a lot, bro.
Okay. So what? So you just are okay with just dying and not wondering at all what's after death? Like you're okay with not you're just not curious at all what's after death. You're just okay with just living, going through the motions,
Listen,
whatever happens.
listen. The wisest man does not worry himself about what he doesn't have control over. It's only the man who has been overcome by the fear of the unknown that spends so much time being anxious and in fear of what they don't know that they forget to make use of what they actually know. I know that I'm alive. I'm not worried about death. When death comes, which I know it will come, then I'll deal with it then. You know what? When I was in my mother's womb, I don't remember worrying about what is going to happen when I come out of it. You know, when I was 5 years old, I wasn't worried about what I'm going to do when I'm 60 years old. Shit, even, I don't know, are you a Christian?
Yes, sir, I am.
Does the Bible not tell you do not worry about tomorrow? Tomorrow will worry
It
about
does,
itself.
yes. But it also
Okay,
says
guess what?
the wisest man in the Bible also fears God with all his heart and believes in
Listen, no,
God.
no, 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 don't deflect. That's not my point. My point said, does your Bible not say do not worry about tomorrow?
Yes, it does. I'm
Okay,
not
so
denying.
as long as you're alive today, why are you worried about something which is going to happen tomorrow?
Okay, but my friend, you also don't believe in God, so why does anything in the Bible have anything to
Because
do
the
with you?
principle doesn't really originate with the Bible. I was just using the Bible as a point of contact to relate with you. It's always been a common understanding across all human cultures. Worrying about tomorrow doesn't solve tomorrow's problem. It is focusing on today, gaining mastery over the present moment that will give you the best tools and resources to face whatever it is that tomorrow brings. Whether tomorrow brings sunshine or brings rainfall, by doing what you can do today and focusing on today, then whether tomorrow even comes at all, it won't be an issue.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean, but it's like that's I thank you for your time, man. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for
I'm
your
running.
time. Thank you for your time. And continue to imagine God as long as it entertains you, my brother. For your entertainment. For your entertainment.
Hey, what's up?
What's that, man?
So are you an atheist? Is that what you're saying?
By definition, I guess I would be, though I don't identify as that really. I prefer to relate myself, to pose myself as a realist. So, to the best of my ability, I try to be consistent with reality as it is, rather than how I hope it should be, or rather than what I feel like it should be. So that requires continuous learning, continuous growth, adaptation, evolution, dexterity.
So can I ask you a question?
You're
So
free.
you feel as if your point of view about not having, about there being no God is the same for everyone else? Or maybe it's just you don't have a God in your life.
It's not necessarily so much my point of view as much as it is a consistent point of view available to any human being with a perfectly functioning brain, which has not been corrupted by fantasies or physical ailment. So so ideologically, a human being can be ideologically disabled. There are certain ideas and certain information that you can consume that will impede your ability to see and function within the world as it is. Such people usually attempt to function in the world based on how they feel like it should be, and they wonder why they cannot never solve problems. Such people are always praying to imaginary beings to solve real life problems that actually have real life solutions. So yeah, it's not necessarily only my point of view. I think that point of view is available to anyone whose brain has not been corrupted.
I guess I have a different point of view than you, because the way I see it is, when you say you don't believe in God, to me, you're saying you don't believe in yourself, because we all come from someone and something. We didn't just appear here. We have a mother and a father. And I believe that's the way every living creature on earth comes from something, and you don't believe that we all came from something. You just think we magically appeared like
I never
bang.
said that. I never said that we don't have ancestors. We do have ancestors. In fact, that is the one thing we know as a matter of fact. And we know that our ancestral chain of being it's a chain that we cannot numerate. So we simply generalize it, right? Its origins are unknown because none of us was there. That's one of our disabilities as human beings. The fact that we don't have the ability to travel through time. We can only go based on what is observable. Now, even life in of itself, of course, life begets life. So we know that something comes before everything.
So that means there was a
So
creator.
when you imagine
Comes from love.
something before which there was nothing, now you're playing a game of everything came out of nothing, because that's what God is, right? If
No,
for you God is just an
no.
ancestor, then good. You might as well go with that. It's poetry, but hey. But if you imagine
I have
God,
an
huh?
I have an indigenous perspective on it, and all indigenous people believe in a creator. So you're saying that all of the indigenous people are crazy or something?
Of course, indigenous people believing in a creator doesn't necessarily mean that there's an absolutely almighty singular creator. Yes, of course, indigenous people using their own ability to observe the world could see that, look, a man and a woman come together and they have kids. So they kind of use their logic to assume that, oh, look, there must have been an original divine god or divine goddess that came together to bring us into being. But even the gods in indigenous cultures have parents. Shit, there are beings that are greater than gods in indigenous
That's
cultures.
that's exactly the point I'm making.
There are beings,
Everything
and
comes
it's an
from something.
infinitely regressive cycle. We should teach you something. Don't focus on that. Don't focus on that.
Interesting.
Focus on the present moment.
I'm not here to hate on your opinion. I just think it's interesting. I
brother
I was
brother
raised
feel free
very,
to communicate as freely as you can, because
yeah.
where my feelings are, nothing you say will ever get there. I
No,
welcome
no, that's
every
fine.
form of expression. You can express your frustration, your anger, your self-control, your patience, your happiness. You can express it however you want to.
All I'm saying is, when you tell me you don't believe in God, you're telling me you don't believe in yourself. That's how I see it. And you
honestly
exist. But
honestly
wait, I want to make one more point. We right now can create people in a laboratory, and you're trying to tell, you don't believe that we could have been created by something. That, to me, it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, listen. You do
We
not
can do that
understand.
right now.
You do not understand. If you are suggesting that there's a possibility that human beings could have been engineered, that's realistic enough. Now, by a god, now that's fantasy. And if human beings were re-engineered, that means that it can be reverse engineered, right? So if to you that's just what a god is, a carpenter, someone who builds something, then yeah, your definition of God is a little bit diluted. It's not necessarily traditional.
Can you create life?
In what
You.
sense?
In having a baby, can you create life?
Yes, with raw material, I can do
So
what
you don't
human
believe
beings
in
would call.
yourself then. You can create life. You
Yes,
are a
but
god,
but
man.
but but when I refer to God, I'm not talking about a human being's ability to reproduce or anything's ability to reproduce. I'm talking about the classic definition of God as the creator of the universe and all things that exist, singularly supreme and the source of all moral authority. It's within that context. An almighty, supreme, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent being. That is the idea that I am wrestling with, right? I'm saying to you that
I
the idea is purely imaginary. Now, if you want to use personification and look at certain human characteristic or certain natural characteristics and refer to it as God, that's your business. It's poetry, man. Human beings have been writing poems for a long time. You know? Shit, in
Can I tell you
poetry,
something?
even the wind can get angry. Even the storm can be loving. Even the waves can be gentle. In
Can I tell you
poetry,
something funny?
go
I
ahead.
was raised a Jehovah's Witness. I am not a Jehovah's Witness anymore at all.
Oh
But
shit.
what they believe is that
No,
there's literally a
you were
white.
raised in the hot sauce.
I was born in it, man, and so they believe that there's a white guy floating in outer space on a chair. That's God, and I believed that my whole life, which
Hold
is
up.
crazy.
Hold up. Hold up.
I was born believing that. I
You want
was
me to shock
taught
you?
that.
You want me to
Go
shock you?
for it.
Out of all the ideas of God propagated by Christianity, the Jehovah Witness version is the most realistic.
They literally have a picture of a guy on a throne in outer
Regardless of
space
the
that
pictures,
looks like
if
Santa
human
Claus for
beings were
real.
engineered, it's not far-fetched that human beings could be engineered by a different life form that lives on other planets or other non-terrestrial land masses, right? And that there is a story with a political hierarchy associated with it. Actually, the Jehovah Witnesses, their idea of God is a little bit very literal, to a sense where if aliens ever pull up, you're more likely to run into the Jehovah Witness idea of God before you run into the evangelical idea of God. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I was born into that, man. It's crazy.
and of course it's fantasy, but I'm saying that it's closest to reality, if anything, than the other versions, right? Because,
Think
bro,
so?
of course, the
A
Greeks.
guy floating in outer space?
Listen, listen. We often ponder on the idea of, oh, God made man, as though God is a mystery. God's not a mystery. The mystery is man himself. As far as God is concerned, we know that man made God. So we have to wonder, where did the creator of God come from? So when you ask yourself, where did human beings come from? And we cannot do that unless we study human beings as they are, physical, natural beings. That answer can be found if we follow the natural path, because that's the path that's given us the most consistent progress. When human beings believed in God, we rode horses for 5,000 years until we started playing God. Then guess what? Now we're flying through planes and China is building supersonic drones and shit. I'm just
I want
saying.
to tell you, like when I look at the human body and then like just like the eyeball, for example, our eyes are like these super advanced cameras in our head. That just doesn't just come out of nowhere. We can make cameras too. So I don't know. I think that we were created by something much more advanced than us. I don't think we just popped out of nowhere, man.
Listen,
We have
listen, listen,
we
listen.
have
It doesn't
all sorts.
necessarily have to be something much more advanced than us.
We're built out of electricity and
Just
iron and
because
all sorts of
it
stuff.
doesn't necessarily equate to something much more advanced than us. And I don't know why you keep isolating it to something. It could be a bunch of somethings throughout time. Perhaps
Oh
a
no,
human being,
I'm down with that.
perhaps life
I'm
as we
open
know
to
it,
everything.
perhaps life as we know it is a product of an innovative process throughout zillions of years by inferior species to ourselves as we are right now. Right? For example, our machines. If we continue to use all our ingenuity as human beings, the peak of our wisdom and knowledge and understanding to develop machines, machines will get to the point where they are capable of doing things which we cannot do, which we
That's
can already.
happening right now, man.
Exactly. So do we now infer that machines, imagine, okay, in the future, let's say those machines develop and become some form of independent type of mechanical life form, right? Do you think that machines should worship us? And even if machines were to refer to us as gods, that would still not imply that we created the universe. So yeah, just because somebody can do one impressive thing doesn't necessarily mean that every impressive thing was done by that person. Now, in a world or a universe where there are multiple impressive things, it is not necessarily wrong or false or a stretch to assume that there are multiple sources for all those multiple extraordinary things. It's like a man who steps out of the cave and sees a city and imagines in his head that one person built it, right? That's what it's like when you look at the world around you and you're fascinated by everything you saw, and then you imagine one guy in your head that made it all. And we go based on the Christian version. He didn't just make it, he said, "Let there be," and there was. That's primitive mentality.
Have you ever looked into the simulation theory that we are living in a simulation?
It's a theory. Now, if there's evidence to support it, I guess it is what
Well,
it is.
if you play video games and see that they create these whole worlds and universes within that, it's pretty amazing that humans are doing that. We're basically playing God when we do that. It's pretty
Not
amazing.
necessarily. Not
We can do
necessarily.
that.
Not
That doesn't.
necessarily.
I don't
Not
think it's that far
necessarily.
fetched that it can that it's happened with
Okay,
us
let me give
too.
you an example. Okay. You think that just because we create simulations and video games, that means that our reality itself could be a video game that was created by
It's not
someone that
that
is
simple.
greater than
I don't
us?
really do it like the. No, it's not that simple. I'm saying that if you really study the simulation theory and it's pretty interesting. It gets pretty deep,
Yeah, the
man.
simulation theory can only be true if God is a human being that thinks exactly like us. Because, listen, we human beings, we learn by imitation, okay? And we can be inspired by anything. The Chinese people develop an entire martial arts inspired by monkeys and pandas. Are you going to now say that monkeys and pandas are all black belts in kung fu and karate?
I'm
No.
pretty
A,
strong. It might mess me up.
a human being, bro, I'll whoop a monkey's ass. Human
I
beings
don't
can
know
be
about that.
human beings can be inspired by anything. It doesn't necessarily mean that what they were inspired by is somehow much greater than what the human beings have been able to accomplish. We are unique in our ability to collect information from different sources and put it together as one, right? It's perhaps part of our survival instincts. Now, like I said, if human beings were engineered, I find it hard to think that we were engineered by a singular entity that exists singularly in a singular space of reality. No, I think that if human beings were engineered, it's more likely to have been done by an external civilization comprising of multiple entities rather than one.
Well, I respect your opinion, man. I don't know. I just wanted to bring some of those
Sure,
things up
sure.
talking to you, bro. I
Thank
hope
you.
you have a beautiful,
You
peaceful
too. You
evening.
too.
All right, peace.
If you believe in Jesus, you're a slave in your own brain. If you are entertained by Jesus, you're a normal human being. If you read the Bible and you believe that what's in there is literally true, for a lack of better words, you're kind of fucked. God is imaginary, and it's okay that God is imaginary. Every man should imagine God how they want God to be. We all know it's not real. Just like Santa Claus, just like Superman, just like Spider-Man, just like Batman. It's okay. What's going on?
What's up, my brother?
I'm doing all right. What you got for me,
You hear
brother?
me?
I can hear you.
Not too much, man. I'm not really here to, really debate with you on what you believe. I'm just kind of curious of why you feel that you have to get on this social media platform and blast it out to the nations. I mean, if you don't believe that there is a God, then why is it such a big deal for you to let everybody know that?
It's all entertainment because
You
a
know,
bunch of human beings invest a lot of
okay,
time and money to propagate the opposite idea. So I'm equally as free to
right,
propagate my idea. So, and that's why
okay,
TikTok has the scrolling mechanism. Anyone that's not willing to
mm-hmm,
watch and consume this information doesn't
mm-hmm.
have to be. So hey, guess what? It's like me asking Christians, why do you build churches
That's
everywhere?
understandable.
Why do you build churches everywhere on every street and do the things you do?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you seem like a pretty brilliant brother, and it's just really, really hard for me to believe that you do not believe in some type of creative design. I mean,
I'm
okay,
a
so let me ask you
realist,
this: do you
bro. I made a vow
okay
to
you
myself
okay
to not lie to myself
okay
about the reality
mm-hmm,
around me. And if I cannot
okay
find an objective formula to
mm-hmm,
insert into a problem and get a solution,
okay
I will not lie to myself.
right
They literally taught us this
okay
level of critical thinking going through school. That's what math is all
mm,
about. That's why math, to a certain extent, abstractly is man-made, right? It's the science
mm,
of problem solving. Through addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, you can solve most minute problems in your life. But it involves a
mm,
formula. No, it involves a problem, and that problem will have known values and unknown values. You develop a
mm,
formula, and with that formula, you can solve that specific problem and every other problem that has the same structure. And the more of
mm,
us participate in that process, the more we see our standard of living, our chances of survival
right
improving, rather than
mm-hmm,
conjuring up imaginary beings in our head and hoping them to affect our reality. That never worked. It didn't work for the Aztecs. It didn't work for the Mayans. It didn't work for the Romans. It sure as hell is not working for the Christians and Muslims.
mm. Well, let me say this. So basically, you're telling me that you want to take a structured um, equation or a structured formula that somebody set up, that somebody created, right? Somebody created this process that you use to be able to figure out whether there is a God. But so you're trying to tell me you can use a creative process to figure out if there is a creator. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah,
You
in the
have to use
same
a
way
create.
that
Listen to what I'm saying now. You have to use a process that you have to use a created process to calculate a creator God. So if you don't believe in a creator, then how can you put any faith in anything that has been created here?
because it's consistent with reality and it produces consistent results. In the
Hmm.
same way that's, listen, the same person that invents math formulas does it in the same way that the person who invented a hammer invented the hammer. The person who invented the wheel invented the wheel. It has practical utility that leads to progress rather than regression, right? You see, the idea of God guarantees that
Right.
no matter what human beings build together, they will destroy it together. Because eventually we will hit the point where of
Well,
absolute disagreement. Okay, that's why within all religious structures, within all God-believing structures, they are their own biggest enemies. The biggest enemy of the Christian is not a Muslim,
hmm.
is not an atheist, is not a Buddhist. It's a Christian from a different denomination that looks at someone else who says they believe in Jesus, except they are Baptist, and says you're going to hell because you're not Catholic. Says you're condemned because you worship Mary. The biggest opposers of
I
of
mean,
Islam are other Muslims.
I hear what you're saying, brother. I, right. Okay, but I mean, but we can say the same thing about football and basketball. That's human. That's
Exactly.
human
And you
nature.
know what? You
I
know
mean
what?
that.
Football and
But okay, so
basketball,
with that being said,
it's all for our
go ahead.
entertainment. That's my point. It's all entertainment. That's why it's
One
the
hundred
same thing
percent.
about
100%.
Batman,
Okay.
Superman,
Well.
Lex
Okay.
Luthor.
Okay. Right. Right.
It's
Well, I
all
mean,
it's
like you
all
said,
a
this is all
social
for entertainment.
construct for our
It's all
entertainment.
entertainment. Right. Well,
The
I will
root,
say this.
the
I
the
will say
root,
this, and I'm gonna let you go on and get. And I'm gonna let you go on and get somebody else
one,
here.
one
I
last
just
thing
want to
before
say
you
one thing, my
conclude.
brother. One thing. One thing.
One last thing before you conclude,
Go
please.
ahead. Go ahead.
That is why
Go ahead.
all God stories and all God ideas are rooted in storytelling rather than research and experimentation, facts and reality. It is the oldest subject of entertainment. Back when 99% of human beings couldn't read and write, they were telling themselves stories, right? So the more vivid your imagination was, the more captivating your idea of God was. And if you had some political and military power, you could make your imagination of God very popular.
Well, I think the whole thing about the story thing or the parables or whatnot, I mean, that's been used way before religion was even created. I mean, that's why we have hieroglyphics on these walls and stuff like that. That's not religion. That's man's idea of trying to express it in some way. And I'm not knocking anything you're saying about what you believe and this to that nature, but at the same time, like my whole thing is this: I don't believe that everybody's idea of God is supposed to be the same, and I don't think he is the same for everybody. He's a different God because the Bible says he says I am that I am. He is different based on the frequency or based on your understanding of who he is. He is not the same God to everybody. Just like to you, he may be the God of mathematics and numbers. He said, "Be fruitful and multiply." That may be your thing. You know what I mean? But but to be able to sit here and say, "Man, there's not a creative design,"
Do you know what?
and as brilliant as you are, I think you're playing yourself a little bit.
No, I'm not. Because I have been very honest with you. And the reason why there's a different God for everyone is because God itself is an imaginary idea. And human beings have autonomy within their imagination. And in fact, it's very difficult to get human beings to imagine the exact same thing when you're dealing with something so abstract. Of course, one man imagines it as a goat, the other man imagines it as a sun, the other man imagines it as water, the next man imagines it as fire. It's imaginary. So, yes, you prove my point. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
I mean,
wrong.
but that still does not mean well, right. No, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, I agree with you on some of your points there, but I mean, but just to go out and totally rule out the creative design, but you believe in aliens, though, don't you?
Is it likely?
Do you believe in aliens?
Is it likely that there could be an extraterrestrial form of life or entities? I think that's very likely. Now, 100%, no, I do not. But to a margin beyond doubt, I think it's possible, and time will tell. Time will tell if it's
Right,
100% possible or if it's just complete delusion.
right. I mean, but the thing is, why can't you have the same concept when it comes to God? I mean, because they're both, like you said, they're neither one of them have been 100% proven,
No, because God
even
is
though
not
there are
necessarily
thousands of
God. God is more like Superman. Yes, I'm 100% sure that Superman doesn't exist. God is
you
entirely
know what? I
fictional
would agree
and not
for the God
realistic at all.
for the listen for the God of religion and doctrine. I would agree, but the actual Most High over spirituality and physicality, it's a totally different concept. Completely,
Concepts,
completely. But I do
concepts,
agree. Yes,
concept,
it is.
which is a
Well,
product of
I
the
mean,
imagination.
well, this is. Well, what isn't though? What isn't a problem? I mean, what isn't though?
There's
What else can I mean? Okay, everything that's created had to be thought about first.
listen.
Nothing just came to be.
There are two types of ways that human beings imagine things. Human beings imagine things inspired by what they observe with the purpose of solving problems within what they observe. And then human beings also imagine things which have no practical usage beyond entertainment. And I'm saying to you that within the idea of God,
I disagree.
it falls under the category of entertainment. Entertainment. Okay? Beyond entertainment,
The entertainment that has
beyond entertainment, the idea of
entertainment that
God
has
is
basically
useless.
kept. Okay, well, if that's true, then
Let me tell you what
there would
entertainment used to
be
be in old
there would
times.
be no law.
Entertainment fundamentally,
There would be no law.
listen,
Be no
brother,
law. There would be no
entertainment
law.
fundamentally
There'd
is
be
a
lawlessness
distraction.
everywhere.
Entertainment fundamentally is a distraction. Entertainment is what rich powerful people in ancient times would do to occupy their guests before the main event whenever there is something going on, right? If I have a birthday party or I have a wedding and my guests pull up 1 hour before, I have to create entertainment for them, something to keep them amused until the main event. So when reality becomes tough and difficult, the idea of God has served as a convenient distraction from reality throughout time. When a human being encounters a problem they cannot solve, they encounter something they cannot explain, the idea of God has been a convenient distraction. That is why the more we learn through science, the more we debunk what we previously thought through religion. Because all the stories that religion tells us were just placeholders because we didn't know shit back then and we didn't have the means to find out. We didn't even have the desire to find out. When we actually started investigating, we realized that, well, come to find out, it ain't as it was said.
Well, I'm totally agreeing with you when it comes down to doctrine and religion, 100%. But spirituality is a totally different transcendent process, and only few can get there because only few really understand it. It's more to our reality than what you can see and what you can physically count.
Bro, that's not that difficult. Hold up, bro. Let me help you out, bro. I'm gonna actually help you out a little bit. You've read the Bible, right?
Oh, 100%.
Have you ever found the word? Of course. Have you ever found the word mental health in the Bible anywhere?
Mental health. Come on, brother. What kind of question is that?
No, it's a real question. Have you ever found the two words mental health or mentality? Have you ever found the word psychology?
Have you found it in a cookbook?
No, bro, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. Follow along with me. Answer my question as honestly as you can.
I understand what you're saying. But
no, you do not. You do not. Let me terminate my point. Let me end my point. Have you ever found the words? Have you ever found the words mental health, psychology in the Bible since you've started reading the book?
I'm not even going to answer that question.
No, I want an honest answer.
I mean, that's not what you mean. Come on, bro. That's not even an answer. I mean, come on, man. I'm not even going to entertain that.
No, bro. I'm only saying this due to my assumption that you have read the Bible. So I want confirmation for you. Okay. So just yes or no. You don't have to say much. Just yes or no.
I confirmed that I have read the Bible. Yes, I have read the Bible.
Have you in your time reading the Bible, have you ever read the words mental health or the word psychology or the word mentality in the Bible?
Yes, I have read the Bible.
Okay, let me help you out. You will not find the word mentality or mental health in the Bible because they did not have a sophisticated understanding of that non-visible part of a human being. And they just use the word spirit and the word soul to refer to what we now in modern times, through years of study and understanding, have come to understand as the psychological aspect of the human anatomy. So rather than spirituality, you profit more if you study psychology. Spirituality is literally a bunch of ancient mumbo jumbo. Okay. At its core, what the ancient people were actually trying to accomplish was psychological, right? So there is a visible part of a human being, which, as we can see, and then because of how the human being works, there is also knowledge associated with not just what a human being is, but how a human being works. That in of itself is its own discipline. So not only should you as a person, through your disciplines, know what you are physically, that's going to be your physical health. You should also know what you are mentally by understanding how human beings work, right? Human tendency, human behavior, human emotions. That's what spirituality literally sums down to. So rather than using the old term, which was coined by ancient people and mixed with a bunch of myths, fantasies, and pseudoscience, we have disciplines in our day and time that make it more practical, easier, and realistic You know, that's why rather than going to a priest for confession, go to a therapist. Okay? Rather than go to a priest to confess your sins, go to a therapist and talk about your traumas. Because the problem is not the act that you committed, it is your mental state while you were committing the act. So you confess to the priest, and then you just assume that, okay, look, I'm good now. But you come back tomorrow with the exact same problem. Or you can go and talk to a mental health professional about your traumas, about your pains, about your concern. And such people are trained to guide you through that journey. So, yeah, in 2025, spirituality is a waste of time. If you're actually trying to make progress with your mind, focus on the psychology of the human being. I don't know where you went, brother. There is no God. There never has been. There never will be.
Hello.
And
Hello, brother.
hello. 1 second, 1 second. And by the way, guys, there's different types of therapy, okay? Self-therapy is also a real thing. Self-therapy, rather than confessing your sins to God in your closet, take a moment and have a time with yourself where you self-reflection, a moment of honesty with yourself, where you break down the lies you've told yourself to justify the mistakes you keep making. So therapy can either be you talking to a professional or to a family member, someone that can give you therapeutic feedback. But you can also perform that within yourself. It's called self-discipline, right? There's two ways to discipline a human being. Either someone disciplines them or that human being disciplines themselves. The same thing is true with therapy. Either you seek someone to give you therapeutic help or you take therapeutic actions within your own emotions, your own thoughts, your own actions, your own habits. And it requires work. It requires work. It's not magical, where you just speak a few words and then automatically everything fixes. No. It requires work, and the work has to be specifically disciplined. So there must be a formula, there must be testing, there must be experimentation, and there must be progress being made towards a specific goal of character, behavior, or mentality. What's going on, Sonia? What you got?
Um, Hello. I was listening to you, and I just wanted to know one thing. Do you believe in evil spirits?
No.
Oh, so you've I'm assuming you've never had an encounter with a spirit before. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I do not live in a fairy tale.
Okay. Have you ever met anyone who's encountered anyone that you deem a intelligent individual, a somewhat normal individual? Have they ever told you they've experienced that?
I've met a lot of people that are somewhat normal and somewhat have mental issues. I've met
Okay.
people with mental issues. Yes.
Okay.
So what ancient people used to call evil spirits were literally people that either were completely disabled or had certain forms of mental health disabilities.
Oh, okay.
It was due to
So
the ignorance.
if the person,
That's why when you read the Bible, there's a place in the Bible where this guy was born disabled, right? And literally
yeah,
a bunch of people were asking Jesus, what sin did this person commit to be like that?
uh-huh,
Because that was their mentality. Shit, if you had a virus back then, they told you were possessed.
right. Okay. So you're saying that people are just people, and they sprouted up out of the ground and they became, and the animals sprouted out of the ground and they became, just like the grass and the trees and the vegetables and fruits.
I'm not saying
We just
anything. I'm not saying anything.
bring.
What I'm saying
Oh,
to you
you
is
saying
that
a lot.
listen. This is what I'm saying to you. As for me, I don't know because I wasn't there. Now, as far as what everyone else in the world is saying, I know what religion says and I know what science says. And I'm saying to you that what science says is far more trustworthy than what religion says, because what science says involves experimentation, testing, and it is progressive.
Okay.
Nothing in science is canonized. There's nothing in science that we believe to be true today that if we found evidence that it is false, we would not change our mind. Whereas in religion, if we find evidence today that Jesus never existed, motherfuckers will still believe that shit. You see what I'm saying? Because you're
Believe you.
canonized, you're
I
stuck.
believe you
It's
there.
like it's
But
like
as
your
far
it's,
as
it's like your learning is frozen in time. There's no ability for you to grow progressively, to learn new things.
I agree with some of that, with some of them, but not all of them. And because I don't put people in a basket and say because two of the apples went bad that they all bad. I don't do that. So some of them, yes, I agree, and some of them, no. Some of them are open minded also and want to learn. Their whole purpose is to learn and find a closer relationship with their creator. So they try to come
You don't
away
need a
from
closer relationship with your creator
most
beyond
people. I
sister.
understand we don't
Hold
because
up, hold
you
up,
say
hold
there is
up.
no creator.
Hold up. No, 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 no. Listen. You do not need. This is the best advice you would have heard on the internet today. Okay, if you're anyone
Oh
listening to me
yeah,
right now, if you're that type
oh
of
yeah.
person,
Go ahead.
no, if you're that type of person, and you're listening to me right now, that you're looking for a relationship with your creator, you ain't gonna find no goddamn relationship with your creator beyond the relationship you got with the man that fucked your mother to give birth to you. And I said it in that way on purpose, so you can
Why
remember
would
it.
you be disrespectful? So I guess you don't think
I'm
that's
not being
respectful. I mean,
disrespectful.
or
I'm
disrespectful.
not being
You don't
disrespectful.
have.
I'm not being disrespectful. It is language. But if you want me to be respectful based on what you consider respect to be, you would have no deeper relationship with any creator associated with yourself beyond that which you would have with your biological father, or maybe another human being playing the role of a father, and your biological mother, or another human being playing the role of a mother. Because there is no entity in existence that gets credit for your existence beyond the sperm donor and the incubator. Or should I say your daddy and your mama? Or should I
So
say
who is the sperm donor of the first man or woman?
we do not have any evidence that there was a first man or first woman? What we see is that
Oh,
there are numerous ancestors for the human species based on what we've been
and you
able to
don't think
understand.
that what you just said was kind of mental? What
No,
you
it's
just
not.
said.
It's not if you understand the science and the
There's
reality
no
of it.
proof that there was a sperm donor for the first man, so there
Yes,
was no first man or
because
first woman.
human beings have changed over time. We have evolved over time.
So you're saying that
So
they
we've broken
dropped,
down.
he
Sister,
jumped up out of the ground
hold up,
like a.
hold up,
What are you saying?
hold up,
What do you believe in?
hold up. Before there was a first man, there would have had to be a first cell, and the first cell doesn't require male and female. So we've broken down the existence of humanity far beyond just male and female, far beyond
Okay,
just.
there have been children that are born with both female and male genitalia. So the world was born with a whole bunch of children that were born with both.
That is that
What?
is
What are
that
you
is
saying?
very those are mutations that are consistent with the natural process of evolution that we observe. Of course,
Okay, so
if
they're a
if
natural process of evolution, but those children that were put on the earth that became what we are now, those people came from a cell. And that cell came from oh God knows where. It just popped up into
Sonia,
existence.
Sonia,
What?
Sonia,
What? What?
if you
What?
plant a seed in the ground, what does that seed need in order to be able to grow?
That seed needed a parent to be a seed.
That's not my question.
That's
Listen to
what
my
that
question
seed
again.
needed.
No, listen to my question again, please.
Uh huh.
If you plant a seed
Uh huh.
What does that seed need in order to grow?
Water.
If a seed has water, what else does it need in order to grow, even if it got water?
If it's in the ground and it's outside, there's oxygen all around. So I would say oxygen and water.
What
That's all
else?
a seed
What
needs to
else?
grow.
What else?
Someone to actually do the process of watering it.
Sister, what
What?
else?
What?
Beyond water and oxygen and the ground, what else?
Okay. See, you're talking to somebody who grows flowers. There are
Okay, of
flowers that
course.
need
The,
different things.
sister,
What kind of seeds you talking about? Don't
answer
be
my question.
generalizing with me.
Answer
If
my
you're gonna
question.
generalize, I can say water.
Okay, if
Because
you,
flowers grow with water.
sister, if you have a seed, a corn, right? Let's say one
Okay.
corn.
All right.
What does that corn need in order to grow?
Fertilizer and water
What else?
and dirt.
What else?
That's it.
How about sunlight?
Boy, stop playing with me. It's outside. Don't play with me. You just said corn. It's outside. The sun is gonna shine on it. Don't play with me. You see how you play? Don't do that. I know I'm old enough to be your grandmother, but don't play with me. I done already let you say all kind
Sonia,
of filthy
Sonia,
stuff, and
the
I
whole
stayed on the
point,
phone with you.
the
What?
whole point of my line of questioning was for you to establish that even if you have the seed, there are certain conditions that are necessary, and those conditions are not dependent on each other, right? So just because there is sunlight doesn't guarantee that the soil is gonna be fertile. That shit could be in the desert; it wouldn't grow. If you put a corn in a bunch of sand in the desert and you pour all the
I
water
said
and you
dirt,
got
man.
all the
I said
sunlight,
dirt. I said dirt. I didn't say nothing about no sand.
sister,
Huh?
sister, calm down and listen to me. Okay? The same thing is
Uh-huh.
true about the formation of a cell. Okay? Based on our understanding of the cell, however the cell would have formed was very dependent on the natural conditions of early Earth.
Where
So
the
at
cell
some
come
at
from?
some point, at some point,
Where the cell come from?
again, our best understanding, we understand amino acids. We understand amino
Your
acids.
understanding is from men who wrote books. And so, just like people wrote
Sonia,
books that were
Sonia, Sonia,
religious
Sonia, Sonia,
and they wrote
Sonia,
books about the
Sonia,
stars,
Sonia,
what? And they gave you
Sonia,
English language,
Sonia. What is a leap year?
something that man created.
What is a leap year? One more chance.
I just told you. Now, if you
What?
don't like my answer, you can make up an answer you want.
No, no, no. Thank you. I know. I understand your level of education based on your answer.
Good.
Do you know why the most fervent believers are usually the most radical believers are also usually the most uneducated? In every religion. Do you know why? In every religion, the most fervent believers are usually the most uneducated? It's because usually uneducated people are not always uneducated because there is a lack of information. Sometimes it's just associated with their laziness and their lack of desire to learn new things. So they usually settle for the one thing that doesn't involve any learning, but involves free imagination. It's easy to just believe in God, and then rather than studying the world around you to understand the science and the physics around you, you just say God did it. God did it. God did it. How does rain fall? God did it. What's water made of? God did it. It's easy. If the people that wrote the Bible knew that we would know what we know in 2025, they never would have written that God said, let there be light, and there was light. If the people who wrote the Bible knew that, if they knew what we know in 2024, they never would have written that God said, let there be light, and there was light. They would have understood how dumb that shit sound. But back then, people didn't know shit. It wasn't about how true what you said was. It was about how cool what you said sounds. In the religious world, it's not about how true something is. It's about how cool something sounds and what emotions that thing can generate. That is why right now there are Muslims and there are Christians who are listening to me say God doesn't exist, and they're equally angry at me. But as soon as we all agree that, okay, sure, God exists, then the Muslim and the Christian start fighting each other. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not about what's true, it's about what's cool. Do not let your pastors and your preachers keep lying to you. God is imaginary. In fact, God is so imaginary, God is perfectly fine the way you have imagined. You don't need a pastor to teach you. You don't need a priest. You don't need to do Bible studies with anyone else. Read the book, and however you understand it, that's your version of it. What's going on, Halika? Hello? I cannot hear you, Halika. I cannot hear you. Sorry. My eyes are red because I'm tired, y'all. What are you talking about? Y'all should be happy I came live today. It's literally been like that for the last month. I would want to come live and I'll be so tired. I'll be like, nah, you know what? Not today. But I figured today I can give y'all an hour or two or maybe 3 rather than 15 or 10 like I usually do. Shimazy,
Yeah, what's up, bro?
what you got?
Yeah, I heard you say something that is abnormal. It's so abnormal what you're saying. You said, let there be light is a mistake. What do you mean? Is it that you don't understand the verse?
Believing that someone said let there be light and then there was light is stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid by today's
How?
peak of understanding.
Do you understand when God said, let there be light? Do you think it's the light, the sunlight? Do you think it's sunlight when he was saying, let there be light?
Let me ask you a question. What is light?
Maybe you are thinking it's
Let
the
me
light
ask you
of
a
the sun.
question. What is light?
Light can, biblically and even humanly, it
Bible is not
means
a dictionary.
understanding.
Bible is not dictionary. So when you read the Bible and you read the word light, you already know how to speak English. What is light in
No.
English?
Yeah, light actually means, according to what Bible is saying, is understanding, clarity. To have clarity, to have understanding.
Hold up.
Yeah.
So why did God say let there be light when there was no one that existed?
Yeah, exactly. Because remember, before he said, let there be light, he said that the earth was without form and void, and there was darkness. So everything was not in arrangement. There was
No,
no
that's not what it
order.
means. That's
So
not
he
what it
said,
means.
let there be
If you
light.
say that something
Bro,
was
that's
void
what it
and
means, bro.
listen. If you say something was void and
Yeah,
formless, you're saying that it doesn't exist.
yeah.
So it's saying that
No, it
when it
means
says
there
the
is no
earth was
order.
void and empty, it's saying that the earth did not yet exist. So it
No,
literally,
no,
bro,
that's
read
not
the
true,
book, read the
bro.
damn book. It literally goes on to tell you
There was
how,
water already, bro.
brother,
There was water.
brother,
You forget,
listen.
brother.
He says to
Listen,
you
I'm
in verse
listening.
1 and 2 that the earth did not exist.
I,
Then he goes on to tell you how he makes the earth. That's why it's called the
okay.
7-day creation, right? It's called the 7-day creation.
No. Read it, bro. What are you saying, bro? What are
Okay,
you
let me ask you a question.
saying?
Let me
You
ask you a
don't
question.
understand something, you come up
Hold
and
up.
you're telling
Chimezi.
me.
Chimezi, when did God create the earth? According to Christianity.
In the beginning.
On what day? It says
No,
that
on
God
the
created,
first
hold
day.
up, according to your Bible, God created everything
Yeah.
in 7 days, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything
So,
that is in
oh,
the earth.
brother,
Everything that is in the earth.
Chimezi,
Are you listening?
in
Everything that is in
7,
the earth.
bruh, your Bible says in 7 days God created everything, right?
In the earth, right? Yes. Well, you know what I'm talking about. God created the heavens and the earth before he started creating things that are in the earth.
Brother, I'm going to ask you the question again.
Yeah.
Did God create everything in 7 days? All of creation.
Yes.
All of creation, including the earth, in 7 days.
No.
So God did not create the earth in 7 days. Where's that fairy tale
God
book at?
created the things that are in the earth in the 7 days. What are you saying? It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Nah, hold
Read the
up,
Bible, bro.
hold up.
You just don't understand. That's the problem. And that's the problem with other people that say that there is no God. They don't understand the Bible. Because you don't understand it, you can start claiming there is no God. That's true. Oh, man. Where is the source of your life? How then do you breathe? Is it science that gave you breath? Is it nature that gave you breath? What are you people even thinking? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the waters. There is water even. Which day the water was created? Nobody knows. But on the first day, God created the light. He said, let there be light on this earth. On this earth. So we don't know when the earth begins, but we know when the creation begins. The creation begins on the first day. The creation of the things that are on the earth begins on the first day. We don't know when heaven was created. Nobody knows. This is very, if you have wit and understanding, you will get this. It's very simple.
Calm your temperature down. I couldn't even find my fairy tale book. I don't even know where I put the fairy tale book.
What fairy tale book? I have my Bible. I can literally read it for you here.
Relax. That's why I prefer to have the hard copy. Using Google, you have to begin to type over and over. Let me read something to you.
What do you want to read? I will read it from here. I don't know why you're bothering yourself. Remember our argument. We are trying to find out what the light is. He said that it doesn't make sense. That if
Relax.
people understand. God was outside of the creation when he created the heavens and the earth. He was in a place called eternity. Eternity. He's not bound by space or time or anything. He's outside time. Bakanga, what are you looking for? Huh?
I want you to read Exodus 20:11.
Why going to Exodus now?
Read it.
But I will read.
Read it.
Yes, boss. Yes, boss. 20. 20 what?
20:11.
20:11. For in 6 days the Lord made heavens and the earth and the seas and all that is in them.
Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it aloud and slowly.
For in 6 days the Lord made heavens and the earth and the seas and all that is in them.
In how many? In how many days?
In 6 days. Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you.
No, don't play that game with me. You agree with me. Huh? You had that Bible in your hand the whole time. You didn't know what I just said right now. It is now that you this African man with your ancestors. It's not that you're going to agree with me.
What I'm saying is that Matanga, what I'm saying is that you said the light. It doesn't make sense. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. This guy is crazy.
Go to Genesis chapter 1. Go to Genesis chapter 1.
Genesis.
Let us deal with the lights. Genesis chapter 1. Read verse. Start from verse 1.
It says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the earth, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water. And the Lord said, let there be light, and there was light.
Okay, let's go back slowly. Start again, but slowly.
It says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void.
That's full stop, right?
Yeah.
In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. Full stop, right?
Okay.
That's introduction. So now, this person is going to break down what they have just introduced to you. Now, continue. After that full stop, continue.
Yeah, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
So God created it without form. Hold up. If God would have created the earth from that beginning, as you were saying, how did he manage to have no form? Do you know what it means when something has no form, bro? What does it mean if I say something has no form?
Yeah, it means it is meaningless. Like it has no.
It does not exist.
No arrangement.
It does not exist.
No,
bro. Listen again. Form.
No.
Let me tell you something. Form means shape, and the shape does not have to be specific shape. It can just be even a random shape. Okay. So if it doesn't have form, bro, it doesn't exist. Anything that exists has form.
Okay, but the water doesn't have form, but it exists.
Hold up. I'm about to take your Bible and unravel it, and split it up like we used to do in Africa. We split those French bread and we put chocolate on one side, we put butter on one side. Then
I'm
we
watching.
eat.
I'm watching.
So now read the next part. Read the next part.
Let's see. Yeah, and it says, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moves upon the face of the water.
Darkness was where?
Upon the face of the deep.
What is the deep?
Like a hole.
Where did the hole come from?
Endless hole.
Where did the endless hole come from?
Yeah, it's like a vacuum. Like a vacuum, not just a hole. Vacuum.
My friend.
You can call it a vacuum.
Where did the vacuum come from?
From the earth now. That is in the earth. There is a vacuum, bro.
Bro, remember? We just read in Exodus 20:11 that God created everything in 6 days. So at this point, we have never arrived in the first day yet, and we can already read that there are some things that exist already. There is a deep. There is even darkness. Where did the darkness come from? Where did the darkness come from?
The darkness actually is not like darkness, like black, like you think. The darkness means there is no light, there is no understanding.
Okay,
There
read
is
it.
no
Read. Okay.
understanding, there is no
Then
direction.
read verse 2 again. Read verse 2 again.
Yeah. It says, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water.
Hold up. Darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Yeah.
What does darkness mean again?
Like I just explained to you, darkness is a kind of something that has no, is meaningless. Like
So
don't
meaninglessness. So you're saying meaninglessness was upon the face of the deep.
No direction. Yeah.
Is the deep a real thing?
Yeah, it's a vacuum. Yeah.
Okay, vacuum. So this darkness that was on top of the vacuum, what was it? It was just lack of understanding.
There is no arrangement. Yeah, there is no arrangement. That's why God said, "Let there be light."
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't agree with me, it does not mean that because
no,
you
it's
don't
because
know.
you
That's
cannot.
Why, so what is the reason why you say let there be light?
Listen, I know that you are very fluent in your tribal language, but English.
No, I'm saying what is the reason why
you are English and not rhyming. My friend, continue reading. In fact, continue reading. Continue reading. I'll show you something. Continue reading.
Bakanga, this is very simple. This is why he said let
my
there be
brother,
light.
My
it's
brother,
not the light of
my,
the sun.
My brother, continue reading.
And God said, and God called the. He went on to say, and God said, let there be light.
No. Before that, start in verse 2 again.
I should repeat verse 2 again.
Yes, slowly.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moves upon the face of the waters.
Hold up.
This is clearly telling us.
Hold up. The Spirit of God was moving upon the face of the water. Which water?
The water that is in the earth. The whole of the earth is water, bro. The whole of, even the sky, everywhere is water. The whole of the earth is water, bro.
Okay, hold up. So the water was inside the earth.
Yeah.
Before the first day.
What before the first day? This is in the first day.
No. It's not yet the first day.
It's the first day, bro.
No, my friend. Listen. You said the water, we're reading right now, we just read water. The Spirit of God was moving upon the face of the water, right?
Yeah.
When did God create the water?
In the beginning, bro.
Go back and read in the beginning. Go back and read verse 1.
1 minute. What do you think of the earth? When you said the earth,
brother, go back and read verse 1. No. Read verse 1 again. Just read. Read verse 1.
Okay, boss. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Continue.
Thank you.
Continue.
So what do you think? Wait, now what do you think of the earth?
Continue.
You walk in the airspace. You should know that
my friend,
is water.
My friend, don't do this game with me. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Full stop. Continue reading.
Okay. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
What does void mean? What does void mean?
I told you already. Void means something that is without shape, without understanding, without form. It explained itself.
Brother, you said that saying that in the beginning God created the earth, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that the word void means empty?
Void also means empty. It also means no understanding. It also means no direction.
Chimezi, void here means empty.
Void here means No empty and direction, no understanding,
There's
no
no need for
clarity. Yeah.
there's no need for direction. It simply means empty. It says the earth was formless and void. So there is no way there was water in it.
It says without
This is
form,
my
without
argument. This
form,
is my
without
argument.
form.
This is my argument. There is no way there was water in the earth if it was void and formless. That's impossible.
No, bro. I don't agree with what you are trying to put me. He said without form. When somebody said that this is without form, it means that this has no direction, no boundary, no arrangement. That's what it means. Bro, we can agree with this.
If something has no boundaries, what does that mean?
It means there is no arrangement, like it has no direction.
No, it means it's eternal.
This is simple. Yeah.
It means it is eternal and everlasting.
No, not actually that.
Chimezi, you're wasting my time. Chimezi, you're wasting my time.
No, okay, bro.
It's not an argument over words, right? Some people literally have an English comprehension handicap because they don't know the difference between the English they speak on the street and literally English comprehension we all went to school to learn. Low IQ tendencies. The earth was void and formless. Then there is water. It's not even the first day yet. Then God said, let there be light. And there was light. Then that's the first day. Now, how the fuck is there light without no sun? That's why I said to you that if the people who wrote Genesis chapter 1 knew that we would know what we know in 2025, they never would have written some dumb shit like that. You cannot take that literally. If you begin to tell me that darkness means lack of understanding, void means without direction, that means it's not literal. That means that God is not really creating. That's just poetry. That's just an allegory. If you can make that distinction, then two things are possible. Whoever wrote Genesis chapter 1 wrote it for entertainment purposes. And if they didn't write it for entertainment purposes, they are a certified, bona fide, bombastic liar. Or they just had mental issues. Or they were just stupid. Now, I would like to think that this person was just writing that for entertainment. Because even if you have an average understanding in 2025 and you have basic English comprehension skills, you cannot read Genesis chapter 1 to 4 and be confused about what it is implying. Many of you Africans, you started reading the Bible before you knew how to speak English. That's why you can't understand the book. And you let these preachers just lie to you with useless narratives because it sounds good. I don't even know why sometimes I indulge. If God created everything in 7 days, where did the water come from? We are never told that God created water, right? Ay. Hello, Molly.
Oh no, I agree with you. Sorry about that.
It's all good. It's all good. Finally, paradox.
Bakanga, it's nice to see that you're still alive with us, man.
You think I got kirked? Hell no, I ain't finna get kirked.
Good shit. Nice to hear from you, dude.
I am not gonna. I don't plan on getting Charlie kirked.
Yeah, I know a lot of tragedies have been happening after
I
one after
don't
another,
know.
man.
It's a tragedy for some people, but not for everyone.
Yeah, that's just I think it's something that was uncalled for. Despite the differences in our
Look,
ideologies.
if I get shot today, I expect many religious people to celebrate. Meanwhile, there's gonna be some people that are gonna be
Mm.
sad. So yeah, like you can't have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just don't think it's justified due to the fact of just I don't know if you've seen the video. It's just very gruesome. Understanding that his children, his wife was within the crowd. I just think again, it's just Anyways, hmm. Dude, I listened to you, Bakanga, and
Hold on, real quick. You know that Charlie Kirk wears he used to carry security and wear bulletproof vest.
hmm.
Nobody that wears bulletproof vest doesn't expect to not be shot at. I'm just saying, right? If whatever you do in this life requires that you wear a bulletproof vest and you carry security, that means you understand the reality and the dangers associated with what you are doing. So Charlie definitely knew that his narrative was provocative enough to
Hmm.
where it could lead to this outcome. If he cared about his wife and kids and did not want to put them in that position, he never would have put himself in that position. So but from a human perspective, irrespective of who Charlie was, just from the perspective of a mom and her kids losing their husband, I think that we can all empathize. But as soon as
Hmm.
you identify who the father was in Charlie's case, I also have empathy. I also have empathy for the people who are celebrating because bro said some crazy stuff, man.
As I've heard, yeah. It's ironic that he ended up being a statistic within his own argument that he gave of why
Bro,
he
to a
condoned
certain extent, bro, that's legendary.
like seriously,
Bro,
it's deep. It is.
that's like Jesus type shit.
It's deep. It's deep. It
Yeah,
really
yeah.
makes you
That
think.
no, yeah, it's legendary, bro. Like
It itself is a something to learn from. As I said, he quoted that he thinks he thinks that he thought it was worth. It's just the cost of those that gets unalived through pew pews, and it's
now
justified to
let me do
hold
my
the
own.
second level.
Let me
Mm.
do my own. This is something I've always said since I've been on TikTok. I already know how I'm going to die. I'm going to die because of these things that I talk about.
Don't say that. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by that? If you can elaborate.
That my stance on religion will cost me my life one day.
Like you think you're gonna get unalived?
It's just a matter of time.
Like you think someone is going to? I relax, big dog. You're not that big. I.
It's not about being big. It's just about being at the right place at the right time. And it's the sensitivity of the subject. And
Mm.
before human beings started unaliving
Is
people
that why
for
you're single?
how do you know if I'm single or not?
You told you. I don't. Oh, I don't know if you. I don't know if that's the reasoning behind you away from us for a month. But till last time I spoke to you, you've told me that you don't have a wife or kids or any of those things.
I have like 65 wives on TikTok. That doesn't count.
Nah, I don't know. But anyways, Bakanga, just generally, I don't wanna take too much time. I think you are seriously one of the most underrated content creator on TikTok. I'm not sure how your algorithm works, but you need to definitely okay, so I just wanted to, of course, it's an honor to be in the same presence, of course, with someone like you, your intellect. Okay, I'm glazing you now. Anyways, let's get right to the point, right? There's a lot of things that I took away from what you were saying, but the only, some just
Views.
things that I wanted to dispute with you is this, right? It's something that you speak of free will. I think this is where we differ. I do understand that we have limitations, which either that is biological,
Don't use the word
environment.
limitation, use the word constraint. And if you use the word
Okay.
constraint within the foundational definition of free will, it can never be literal. So, yes, if you use the word free will, you can only use it hyperbolically. So you're exaggerating to a certain extent to make a point. But in the literal sense, we have so many constraints. We are constrained not just by fate, FATE, but we are constrained by necessity.
I don't know if you've been
across
asked this
across
question.
all spectrums of our existence. So if someone is communicating with you, especially a religious teacher, and they're selling you free will in the literal sense, that person doesn't like you, that person hates you, because they're gonna make some people go and do some crazy shit.
I got you, but I don't know if you've been asked this question. I wonder how you answer. You know, you're very consistent with the quote unquote literal definition, right? Whoever follows you for a decent amount of
Bro,
time, they're gonna hear you
the
say.
literal definition of a word is the most practical, is the most practical understanding of that word that can be translated
Well,
into
allow me to
action.
ask you the question, right? So you can get a chance to answer it. You know, whenever we're in a discourse where we're, you know, debating, arguing, conversing, or whatever the case may be, we come to terminologies such as free will and etc., X, Y, and Z, which are philosophical terms. Now, my question to you is this, which is kind of a two-in-one. First, do you recognize the when you refer to the quote unquote literal definition was created by another mind, another human being with the same finite mind, such as yourself and I? Okay, so what makes you what argument or you or what like yeah what's your argument to say that that perspective of the definition that another a man came up with has any more grounding than what another brother is going to be saying, philosophically speaking?
The first person to define free will
Go
defined
ahead.
it as the ability to act without the constraint of fate and necessity. Now, should a person choose to
Okay.
redefine free will, they need to make it clear that they are redefining
Mm.
it. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now,
Excellent.
language in of itself is a human construct, and we do not look up to things that are outside human influence to determine the definition of a word. By no means. It is a form. It's a code of communication that we've developed.
You nailed it. You were
Hold up, hold up,
intellectually
hold up,
honest.
hold up, hold up.
Okay, go ahead.
Language is a form of communication, a code of
Hmm.
communication that we've developed and innovated over time to facilitate transmitting ideas
Right, right.
from one person to another. And at the core of language is the idea of standardization. You eliminate standardization and communication loses literally its value, its purpose. Like there's no point. We might as well be birds in the jungle just making sounds, right? If there is no standards to ground
Uh-huh.
what those sounds mean as they come out of our mouth, how they come out of our mouth, and along with our intent, if there's no grounding
Okay.
on it, a
Bakanga, everything you said,
consistent grounding, if it's not
intentions,
there, then we're not
grounding,
communicating.
understanding, these all were subjective. That's the whole point, and you said it yourself. I think when a Phil bro comes up, at least he's intellectually honest to be open with settling the definition you want to proceed with. As you said, if it is the case, you need to articulate yourself and saying, well, I believe that this definition of the word should be as this, right?
Listen
Because
to
there
me,
are more
listen
than
to
one
me, listen
definition
to
of
me,
free will, by the way.
bro, listen to me. Any definition of a word that is influenced by a specific dogma rather than a neutral stance for the purpose of communication is a redefinition, okay? The way you religious people define free will is actually a redefinition, and you've redefined it in that way to make it consistent with your ideology, rather than taking its standard definition and seeing whether or not it applies to the idea you're really trying to communicate. Now, the idea you're really trying to communicate is that human beings have freedom of will. In a nutshell, you're just saying human beings
Well,
have a will, right? But
then why don't you let them?
hold up. In terms of the ability to act, that's why I give you the definition. The ability to
Okay,
action.
that's fine. Let's talk
Action.
about that.
Hold up. Let me finish. Action is practical, Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
Action is not just ideological, it's practical. The ability to act without being constrained by fate or necessity. So, whatever you need to do, there is nothing you
You see
need
how
in
you
order to
plugged in
do it.
your, you see how you plugged in your go-to words? without the constraints of faith and necessity.
That's
Again,
the
if you're letting,
no,
but
no, no,
hold
no,
up
no,
now,
Hassan,
right?
Hassan, no, 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 hold up. That's the dictionary definition. I did not make up those words.
Okay, I get it. I'm not saying that this is Bakanga's definition, but what I'm trying to say is that if a religious person is using the word, I think it's justified for you to let them, to give them the space to what they mean when they are using that word. As you said, language was
Hold
created for
up,
the
hold up,
very
hold up, hold up.
purpose of
Oh,
communicating an idea.
hold up. Let me ask you a question. What do you, as a religious person, or let's say you're making the argument, right? As a religious person, what does free will mean?
Okay, that's a beautiful question, and it would be very simple without adding these fancy terminologies. They're just trying to get this to your to for you to understand is for you to be able to choose between doing X or Y, and if you can
Hold
do
up, hold
between
up,
one
hold
thing
up,
or
hold up,
another,
hold up,
then
hold
therefore you
up,
have free will.
hold up. I find that very suspicious that you have to redefine the word to communicate what you mean when there is already a word that represents what you're trying to say. You might just lack,
Really,
yeah, you might, that's freedom of
what is
choice.
love, Bakanga? What do you think love means?
Hold up. Freedom of choice is the ability to choose between one thing or
We didn't say
another.
freedom of choice. There's a distinction between freedom of choice and free will.
What
I
is
want to
freedom
clarify
of
this very
choice? What is
quickly.
freedom of choice?
Yeah. So choice, when you say what is choice,
No, no, I
choices
didn't
are
say
just
choice. I said freedom of choice.
okay, so freedom of choice with free will. Um Again, there's more than
Same
one type of
shit. The way you've
no,
defined
there's
it,
more
it's
than
the
one type
same
of free will,
shit.
right? Wait, Bakanga, there's libertarian free will and then there's compatibilism, right? That's where this differences come to. There were some what's it called? I can't say the word. What are those philosophers? Yeah, there you go. Excuse me. There's some philosophers who rejected the notion of compatibilism to be free will, but there are some that subscribe to it. They do believe that compatibilism is adequate for being free will. So I think a lot of religious people view when they say free will means that if you can have a certain threshold of a power to choose, then therefore you have free will, despite us not being able to choose to fly right now, right? And I want to give you another analogy by that, right? I
Hassan, you're
want you to
missing the
think.
point. You're missing the point. I am not trying to complicate the subject. I'm rather trying to simplify the project, simplify the subject. And I'm
By
trying to
rejecting what they
simplify.
mean by free will, how
Hold
do you
up,
simplify
hold
that? You
up.
make
I
it
am I
complicated.
am simplifying it in the most practical way. So rather than think you have free will, which you don't in the literal sense, you have a limited will. Do you understand that?
Okay, let's talk about. I wanted to talk about just this is what I requested. So
You
limited, and you can still something can still be free even if it's limited. That's why I want you to understand you to understand what compatibilism free will means. I just listen to this illustration really quickly and then dissect it. If I have two water bottles, right, whereas I have one bottle that has 2 liter of water, and I max it up. And then I have another water bottle of 1 liter, and I also max it up. Okay, and I go to someone and I give them the 2 liter water bottle, and I say, this is a water bottle that's filled, right? Now, yeah, if the second water bottle is also filled, it doesn't have the same amount of water. I understand. I accept that. It doesn't have 2 liter of water. It has 1 liter of water, but it still is filled. So, same way, when we say we have free will, we know we don't have a free will of something that could do more. Yes, we can't fly. We can't be invisible. I understand that. However, the things that we can do, we still have the ability to choose that freely. That's where compatibilism comes in. Because that I have some power of my choice, therefore it's considered as free will. I have the power to
Hassan,
make my choices. I
Hassan,
don't know if.
Hassan,
Mhm.
can you spell free will?
Sure. FREE. What's it? WILL or ILL.
No, spell it using every element of grammar associated with the word. Go ahead. With the words.
Free. So which is FREE. Then there's will, which
No,
is
no. What's
W.
what's between the free and the will? Is it a space or is it a hyphen?
I mean, when I type in it and go, I
Bro,
don't. I
English
don't put hyphens.
comprehension
It's a
is
space.
free. We
Space.
all
It's a
went to
space.
school.
Space.
So the definition of free will you're giving me, when you say something can be limited and be free, that's
Uh huh.
assuming a hyphen. So that's, but if you just take the word with a space,
Okay.
there's a combined meaning in such a way that it might not necessarily directly be defined as
Yes.
the words individually.
As Christians
Hence,
try to do Trinity, two persons, one essence.
listen. There's a good reason why free will is defined the way I've defined it, which is the dictionary definition, okay? Is to show you that this is something that we understand, but it's not something which is practical to us. So I cannot tell a person that they have free will because that might make them careless because it's not realistic anyways. But if I tell a person that their will is limited, they are more likely to think twice. Not only when they conjure up an idea in their head, but when they choose to act upon it, right? When I say to someone that you have the freedom to act without the constraint of fate or necessity, fate means there's not necessarily any direct consequence that will affect you. There is no accountability. There's no justice. There's fate. The consequences of your action or what follows your action should never impede you upon acting
No, I understand. I
shouldn't
understand.
impede hold up shouldn't impede you from acting upon your free will. But if I say to you that, look, bro, you do have constraint. You're constrained by justice, you're constrained by those around you, then guess what? That becomes practical. So in the religious world, you should simply say freedom of choice. That's why explicitly you won't find the word free will in any of those religious books anyways. Bro, you won't find the word free will in the Bible. You
Like, I
won't find
want
it
to
in the
agree with
Quran.
you,
It's
but like,
literally a redefinition
I don't
throughout
know. What do you have to
religious
say about
history.
this? What do you have to say about this? What if I would say something like, I feel like who I am, right, with the things I can do and I can't do, is all I can do. Even so, in other words, I can do everything. This, even though there are things that I can't do, because that's not in my power, right? That's not in my paradigm. So my limitations are not that something I can, stress over. Once again, when people, I'm gonna still say this, we don't find those constraints of limitations because they're not part of me, like what
No,
I can do
Asan,
with
you got it
my
wrong.
humanoid body.
You got it
That's
wrong.
the
You got it wrong. Let me educate you a little bit. Human beings have the ability, okay, free will is defined as the ability to act without the constraint. So act. It did not say the ability to think. It said to act. Even though thought to a certain extent is an act, right? So let's see this, okay? Human beings can think of things that they cannot act upon. So
okay.
it's an actual reality that there are some things that we can desire, that we can feel, but that we cannot physically act upon because those things are within the realm of stuff like fiction, fantasy. So it's good to make a distinction between your ability to act and your ability to just think of something or come up with an idea, right? So so when we say freedom of choice, within the limitations of your free will, of your will, you can choose. You will always have the freedom. So free to do. Once you understand the limitations of what you can do. So what are the limitations of what you can do? Do you understand that? Sure you do. Now go ahead. You have the freedom to act. So there's a level of understanding associated with that. So when it comes to deciding whether you go to heaven or hell, you only have the freedom to choose within the limitations of what you can do, what you know, what you understand.
Great. So at least now, when we speak of free will, we're on the same page. That's
Let me ask you a question. But it's so sad that I have to do that much work simply because you have an inherent problem with the English language, so much that you have to redefine the word in order to accommodate
That's why I was asking you something. I think I feel like, again, everything is subject. Like, a lot of things are subjective. Like, if I would ask you what love is, it's gonna be very different from a lot of people in the chat. Certainly from so.
Asan, that is why we human beings, we found that in problem solving, we need to come up with formulas. Formulas eliminate the nuances of subjectivity. Okay? It works the same way regardless of who is applying it, as long as they follow the formula. That's why we human beings came up with standardization.
Are
We create,
formulas created?
say that again?
Are formulas created?
Yes, we make them up.
Do you know our DNA has a sequence of a formula, right? That it works every time, ATCG and all of those codes?
It's not necessarily that our DNA has a sequence or a formula. What we do
Yeah, it works
see,
every time.
hold up
He's running.
again.
Just
When
kidding.
we say that something is a formula, that implies not only the tangibility or the
What's the definition?
existence. Ah, bro, listen
You taught me
again.
well.
Listen,
What's
listen,
the definition of formula? I don't
listen
want you to,
again.
to,
No,
to tell me what you
I was
think it means.
talking. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Hmm.
When we say that something
Thank
is a
you.
formula, that implies a formulator and a reason
Okay.
for the formula. Okay,
Excellent. So now.
bro, listen.
Okay, bro.
One thing that must predate the
Mm.
formula is the problem. These
Okay.
are all man-made constructs which are consistent with observable reality and are practical that man can act upon in order to better his standard of living or even destroy his standard of living, regardless of a person's intent, right? If you want to be able to do something and do it with a specific method and achieve a specific desired goal, you have to pave a path. So the idea of a formula in practicality is like you going through a jungle that no one has ever been through, and you pave a road as you go, and then
Hmm.
anyone who comes after you can follow that path, right? In fact, somebody else can come back later on and pave another road parallel to the one you did, without
Yeah,
necessarily
without
taking the
us
one,
knowing.
oh, and head in the general direction.
But I wanna hold your words against you. You just said a formula implies a formulator, and I wanted to kind of shed this to your light too. This universe that you and I are all experiencing, have laws, has formulas, right? The laws of physics. It works every single time. The
Not
same
prescriptive.
thing.
The
Whoa,
laws of
whoa, whoa, whoa,
physics.
whoa,
No,
whoa!
no,
You gotta let me
Asan,
finish. And these
I'm
laws
gonna do you a favor. I'm not gonna let you
laws of
make that bad
physics, and
argument.
that's why it implies a creator.
Asan,
Because a
Asan,
formula has
Asan,
implies a formulator.
Asan.
Yep.
I'm not gonna
Yes.
let you make that bad argument. That would be an insult to your intelligence. So let me help you out. Okay?
Really? Okay.
Do
Okay.
you
Tell me why. Go
understand?
ahead.
Do you understand the distinction between the laws of nature and the word law as we have it in our social
No, I
construct?
said the laws of physics. I specified.
The
Yeah.
laws of nature, laws of physics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah. There's a
understand the
distinction
nuances
between the.
associated with those as being descriptive or prescriptive and how they differ with what we
Of
would
course, they're
commonly understand as a law in terms of our social construct, where there's a need for a lawgiver, contrary to that's prescriptive. This is what you
yeah.
should
All
do.
laws are given. I understand that. That's what I'm
No, no,
saying.
no,
All
no, 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 no,
formulas,
no,
you
no, no,
said yourself,
not,
verbatimly implies a formulator.
no, no, no,
So you're retracting from what you said.
no. The patterns that we construct when we make formulas as human beings are prescriptive. The patterns that we see in nature are descriptive. In fact, we formulate our formulas that we make by going against the prescriptions of nature. So we understand what nature is prescribing, then we formulate a way to contradict what nature
We
is.
miss you, man.
Bro,
I miss
Hassan,
you.
let me finish. You're not the only one
Yeah.
learning.
So. Okay. Okay.
The way that we human beings, okay, nature says that you're gonna get HIV/AIDS and you're gonna die. That's what nature says. If it's just up to nature and the laws of nature, you're gonna die. Then we come in as a human being. We're like, no. We don't want to die. We want to go against nature. So what do? We formulate an antiviral drug to oppose that natural course of action to get a result that we desire, contrary to its natural process or progression. That's literally what problem solving is. That's why we have to strive to survive. That's why it's survival of the fittest. In our natural state, we don't survive. We survive when we go against the flow of nature, right? If it's up to nature, human beings don't fly through the sky. But
Sorry, I'm gonna hold you to it again, man. Do formulas imply a formulator? Yes or no?
Formulas imply a formulator, and formulas are subjective to human beings. There are no formulas outside of the human social construct. Just like entertainment, just like Superman, right?
I disagree. I think there are formulas that would still independently be true despite a social construct, which are the
Okay,
laws of physics.
Hassan. You know, again, the laws of physics are descriptive.
Right. So they must imply a formulator, right?
No.
So who formulated the formula of the laws of the law of gravity?
There are no formulas in nature. We invent
There's not a
the
formula
formulas.
for the law of gravity? That's not what you're saying?
We invented that formula.
No, we understood it.
No, we invented.
No, we did not. You invented gravity? Who invented gravity? Can you tell me?
Again, listen. What is gravity?
Who invented gravity?
What is
What
gravity?
man?
What is gravity?
What is gravity? When I fucking drop an object that it falls to the ground?
Okay, when you drop an object and it falls.
Who made that? I'm asking you a question. Who made gravity? You said a man did it.
Bro, listen. Nobody did. When you drop,
but you're contradicting yourself, bro. At one place you're saying a formula implies a formulator. We are establishing that there's a formula, the law of gravity, and yet you want to deny that no one put that formula in.
Hassan, you don't call something a formula if a human being didn't make it. Human beings make formulas.
Okay, so who made the formula of gravity? Who made it?
Human
Answer
beings.
the question. What human made gravity?
Bro, do you realize what you're doing right now with your tongue? You just said who made the formula of gravity, then you turn around and ask me what human makes gravity. The formula to calculate gravity and gravity itself is two different things. Did you know that?
Okay. You're right. Let me ask you this. No, you're right.
No.
Okay.
You calm down.
Did the formula of gravity exist before we discovered it?
Hassan, calm down. What is gravity?
I just explained it to you.
I said
it's a force that pulls in, right? So when there is something, depends on the level of gravity, it gets, at my pen in my hand is if I drop it, if I let it go where there's no external force, it's going to drop.
Gravity is the fundamental force of attraction that pulls objects with mass towards each other, keeping planets in orbit, causing objects to fall, and holding the universe together. Its strength depends on the masses of the objects and distances between them, with more massive and closer objects experiencing a stronger gravitational pull.
The law of gravity, and you'll see the
brother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's the description, right?
Sure.
Now, before we ever go into the formula, we must have a mathematical system that we invent.
Okay, yes.
Hassan, listen.
I'm listening.
We might even understand what gravity is by description because we can observe it, observe and understand what was seen, right? But we don't know how to calculate it. But in order for us to calculate it, just like we invented a language that we use to communicate it and describe it, we invented a language that can help us calculate this type of complex things, right? Because we understand
it. Did the law of gravity exist before humans?
Did what?
Did the law of gravity exist prior to humans?
No.
You've lost it, bro. Like generally, I think you've lost it.
Okay.
You don't think the Earth was in place before humans existed?
Hold up.
You think like
hold up?
Like, are you hearing yourself?
Hassan.
Yep.
Did America exist 2,000 years ago? Hassan. Did America exist 2,000 years ago?
The New World, no. Old World, yes.
Just yes or no, bro. Did America exist 2,000 years ago? Now,
No,
did the continental landmass that we call
of
America
course.
exist? What was it called 2,000 years ago?
There's the Europeans.
No, before the Europeans got there, what was it called?
The New World.
But that's fucking English, European. Before they said it was the New World, what was it? Were there people here? Were there people here before the Europeans?
Yeah.
What did those people call it?
I'm not I'm not entirely sure the term of what those people
Okay,
would have called it.
good. Now, check this out. The same landmass, the Europeans come and they call it the New World. Is it literally a new world?
No, it's just something for us to distinct between. I mean, yeah, what the New World was. In tech, I mean, and originally it's the Old World, but for some reason we call it the New World. Yeah, I always got it confused in school. But anyways, yeah,
Why did the Europeans call it the New World? Because it was new to
because
them.
it was to them. Yeah, in their perspective, you know, it was new
Do
to them.
you do
Yeah.
you know why we call it gravity?
Why is that?
Because to us it is gravity. So in the absence of us, what it is, you have to talk to someone who's there before us. And if there's no one there before us, then it is just what it is.
You could.
Bro, Hassan,
But now you can change terminologies, huh?
Hassan,
You little.
Hassan,
Now you have
Hassan,
the permission to change terminology.
Hassan,
Why are we not using it in a literal sense anymore?
Hassan. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying to you, that in the literal sense, right?
that's what I was asking you. In a literal
Our
sense. Sorry, go ahead.
our subjective understanding of the world is what allows us to
Oh, for sure.
verbalize our understanding of what we call gravity, and yet what we call gravity goes beyond what we've called it, because we can only call it what we call it based on the limitations of our understanding.
You know what, man? No, seriously, listen, you did a good. No, seriously, I like that. I'll give it to you for that. But I will try taking this from you, that at least from now on, you'll be a little bit more open to allow people to go over with what they mean when they say the word. At least that's what you
Hassan,
just did to get out of this issue. I hope you recognize that.
Hassan, let me tell you something. I have no interest in knowing what you mean if when you say a
But that's what you
word.
just did. You'd be hypocrite then.
Hassan, I have
I
no
miss hearing my name,
interest.
bro.
I have no interest in knowing what you mean if you're going to use a word outside of its standard definition.
But that's what you just did.
What did I just do?
You just tried altering the definition of gravity by giving me an
I did
example
not
of what
alter.
America was called prior
I did
2,000
not
years
alter
ago.
the definition of gravity. Hold up.
Okay, so
Hold up.
did the literal definition
Hold
according to
up.
the University,
Hold
Oxford
up.
Dictionary that you was referring to is
Hassan,
just prior to humans? Yes or no?
Hassan. What was gravity before human beings discovered gravity?
The same fucking force that pulls and attracts things that it
No,
does
no,
it
no, no,
today.
no, no, no. The name. What was it called?
Like, you see, you're doing the same thing. Oh, I see
Hassan.
what you're saying. Yeah,
Hassan.
well, we gave it the
Has-
name, of course, to understand the
Hassan.
phenomena of gravity. Yes.
Hassan. What was gravity called before human beings called it gravity?
It wasn't fucking called anything, yeah, because
Why wasn't it called anything? Why wasn't it?
because we didn't give it a name to understand the phenomena. It still existed independently.
Bro, are you sure that we didn't give it a name?
Excuse me?
Are you sure that we didn't give it a name?
Am I sure that we? I know. I'm sure that we did. Oh yeah, of course, because there were no humans to do that, right? In your question,
So what was it?
it was the definition. That's
Okay.
what it was.
Do we know and understand everything there is to know and understand about gravity?
We're well aware of it. Yeah, I don't know. There's no reason for me to believe there's something that we don't know of. Till we do. You're right. That's how it works.
What is the
That's our
universal
scientific.
consensus as far as gravity in the scientific world today? That we know everything there is to know, or is that gravity is still a very widely and broadly debated subject?
No, I mean it's rational for us to say that scientific theories are absolute till we find new set of body of facts to just add on to it. I don't have a reason to say that gravity is not what it is of how we understand it until we get more facts.
Okay. To what extent do we understand it?
We're capable enough to create rockets and suits that allows us to travel to planets, and we know enough.
Do we understand gravity enough to create rockets that can go at light speed?
I think the speed
Do
of
we
light is
understand gravity enough to create rockets that can travel at light speed?
That's such a fallacious question, but no.
Bro, it's not fallacious. I'm showing you that if we would ever get to the point where we can create
What's the
rockets,
relationship with What's the relationship with the knowledge of gravity with
brother,
replicating the speed
relax,
of light?
relax, relax. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Hmm.
If we are ever to get to the point where we can build rockets that can travel at light speed, we will have to understand gravity at a more deeper level than we do now. Though we perhaps might be already observing it, but we just lack the understanding because we don't have the tools nor the capability to understand it yet.
What's your point, bro?
My point is that as we find out knowledge about something, we define it subjective to our experience of it rather than the totality of it. And if you consider the totality of it, sometimes it is far beyond what we've described it to be. That's why I like to focus on practicality. Do you know why practicality? So rather than focusing on the aspects of gravity that we don't have practical ability to act upon, like traveling light years, why don't we focus on the aspect of gravity as we've already understood it till now, practically? Now, tomorrow, we might discover more about gravity, and rather than call it gravity, we'll call it supergravity because our understanding of it has become in depth. So when I say to you, what was gravity before we called it gravity? It was nothing. Because we are the ones who call it gravity. We are the ones who say it's a force. We are the ones that describe it that way. And it's only based on our ability to practically relate with it. Outside of our experience. Listen, I'm not saying to you that there might have not been some strange phenomenon going on. But how that phenomenon would have been described, because it's at a different point in time, we don't know the nuances associated. Whether maybe at some point it was a force of repulsion rather than attraction. There might have been some changes. There might have been some changes that have taken place throughout time to the
You have
point
to
where
prove that. That'd be a claim, though. But yeah. But I also we right. You also agree that gravity is not dependent on a human mind to exist, right? It still would have existed without us understanding it.
what is repulsion?
Resistance.
Let me give you a definition of repulsion. It's the opposite of attraction.
Yeah, to like push away. I guess in that case, I don't know. Many ways of the opposite of pulling.
I'm going to show you something.
For sure, Pakanga. Yeah, hit me
A
with it, and then
repulsion force is a push that sends objects away from each other. Let me ask you a question. Based on our understanding of the Big Bang and how the universe and how everything is moving from the universe, what are we currently observing?
The universe expanding.
Is that expansion an attraction or a repulsion?
Extraction or repulsion? I think it's extracting.
Huh?
I think it's extracting.
It's what?
Extracting. I think it's pulling apart. It's growing. It's being
Listen.
pulled.
Hey. Is the force responsible for this expansion an attractive or a repulsive force? So things are moving away from each other. Galaxies are moving away from each other. Intrinsically, this is all intrinsic, right? Within the universe. Gravity is an attractive force that causes objects to be attracted towards each other. But we have observed a phenomenon where things are moving away from each other. What do we call that phenomenon?
Okay, in that understanding, it'd be repulsion. Yeah, sure.
Based on our understanding of the Big Bang, did the universe, did our observable universe originate to the point of our understanding as an attractive force or as a repulsive force?
Repulsive.
Okay, what was it called back then? Was it called gravity? Where was gravity? Where was gravity at the Big Bang?
Sleeping.
No. Hence, I told you, bro, that our understanding of gravity is greatly associated with our experience of it.
No, for sure. Of course.
Good. So if I ask you what it was before we called it gravity, you can't really tell me anything with certainty. It is the equivalent of nothing. You don't know. In fact, you should say, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that's. I mean, of course, with what you're saying, I would not know. Yeah, that's true.
That is that is why it is
did,
important to understand the standard definitions of words that facilitates communication. If everybody goes around making up their own meanings for the words they use, I will literally have to define every word in a sentence before you and I can begin a conversation. And then in order for you to answer me, you're going to have to define every word. We have an English language and it's based on building standards. Okay? So those of you, I know it's been a
Why
long time.
didn't you use that when I asked you the
It's been
question of
it's been a long
regarding
time since
formula?
some of you have been in school. But pick up a dictionary. A dictionary is neutral. A
No,
dictionary
I agree
doesn't.
with you.
A,
Tell this to
dic-
Phil Bros.
a dictionary doesn't support anybody's ideology. What a dictionary does is that it provides you with tools that you can now use those
Right,
tools
right.
to formulate your position, right? So if you don't know how to use that tool, you will never be properly able to represent what you're trying to say.
What's the
Is
definition of moral? Morals, can you tell me?
code of conduct.
And the code of conduct means of the choose between what is code of conduct?
It's a code that governs human conduct. That's how I understand morality.
Which determines what's good and bad, right?
Governs human conduct. It must not necessarily be split or
That's what I'm
compared
asking. What do you
as
mean by the code of conduct? What does that mean? What is it coding for? With the conduct of what?
conduct on what a human being should do or
Okay,
shouldn't
good.
do.
What you should or shouldn't do. Okay, great. So that's the definition. Let's proceed with that.
Oh,
So
hold on. Not
what?
not just what a human being should do or shouldn't do, but what a human being can do or cannot do.
Let's not do that now. Let's go with the definitions. Let's not play the game that you just gave me a lesson on.
Hassan, you asked me for my definition, right?
Yeah, you said no. I didn't ask your definition. I said what does morals mean. You said it's a code of conduct, and I said what does code of conduct mean. You said what should or shouldn't do.
Hold
Right?
up. If you were asking for the dictionary definition, I'll give you a dictionary definition. Morals. I just
That we
paraphrased it. But check this out. Morals refers to the power or influence of beliefs, values, and ethical principles that motivate individuals and groups to act, inspire positive change, or uphold societal standard. Unlike physical forces, it originates from within a person's or society's moral framework, driving them to behave in ways they consider right or acceptable and can be used to influence others towards what they think is good.
Okay, so I mean that's a very long thing to say. Of course, we don't want to
Hold
become
up,
AIs
hold
when we
up,
have a
hold up,
conversation. So
hold up.
we
But if you're
simplify it.
smart enough, you understand that that literally is code of conduct.
Yeah, excellent. That's why I asked you what a code of conduct is, and it basically saying that you get your frame of work, what you should have, motivation of what to act upon and what not to act upon. Okay, great. So Bakanga, with someone like you who's free of this, according to your belief, you think that religion is not true. So that makes you very, it could make you dangerous and it can make you helpful. So for someone who is not religious, who doesn't believe in something greater than yourself, you think you are the one. There's nothing greater than humans and all that kind of shenanigans. Where do you get your code of conduct from, and how do you justify that?
I get it from my need to survive and what course of action is more likely to bring me the least pain and suffering and increase my chances of survival.
Okay,
That's
can
where
I
I get
ask you a
my code of
hypothetical
conduct
off
from.
that? Can I
So,
ask you a hypothetical off that?
sure.
Okay, so you said your code of conduct that you think is justified is that you gain your level of pleasure by decreasing your level of suffering and harm. Okay, do you think it's
Not
justified in a
pleasure,
hypothetical?
comfort.
Comfort, sure, we can go with that. Comfort, sure. Do you think it's morally justified if you're trying to go to work on a public transportation, which pushing an older lady off of a chair to give you more comfort to sit down for a 2-hour commute that gave you less harm? You think that's justified under your logic of how you think is good to do?
No, because within my moral framework, going to work is not more important than causing pain to another human being.
Great. So there's something else that you value more than just your own comfort, correct?
Of course, I value the comfort of my fellow human beings as well, because
Good.
that's hold up. At the foundation of my moral framework is the understanding that my fellow human beings are my best allies for my survival, and that my survival is not in isolation. So, as much as I seek not to cause pain and suffering upon myself, I also have to navigate the nuances associated with causing pain and suffering to others.
So how's that older lady helping you to survive? I'm confused. You said you care about your survival. How's that older lady helping you to survive?
Because
She's
she
not.
has family members that I know that I cannot
You're
predict
not
how.
dependent on her family.
Listen, you're not listening. She has family members that I don't know, or she might have people who know her that I don't know. There might be law enforcement that I don't know how they will
Ah.
react.
Wow, there's no fucking way that's what you
Let
think
me
before you're
finish
not pushing an older lady.
talking.
You're disingenuous.
Let
You're
me
lying.
finish
There's no way that's
talking.
what you think of not to push
Hassan,
an older lady. You're
Hassan,
empathetic for her and you're lying.
Hassan, Hassan,
There's no way you sit down and
Hassan,
you're like, what if she has family
Hassan,
members that are law enforcement?
Hassan, stop doing that, bro. I was literally in the middle of speaking. At this point, that's not cool. I did not finish saying what I was saying. I said to you that I take the action that guarantees my survival. Why will I push an older lady when I'm not sure how the people around me will react? What if they beat me to death? What if
Okay,
other...
so let me ask. Okay,
Listen,
fine, bro. If you really want to play this game, if you and that older lady was the only last two people on this earth, would you push that older lady to sit on that chair?
Say that again?
If you and that older lady was the last two humans on this earth, along with the bus driver, would you push that older lady to sit on that chair now because there's no threat for you anymore?
If
I
there's
bet you
only
won't.
if there's only 3 of us on the earth, why the fuck
Yeah,
am
it's
I
just
even
you
on...
and the older lady to
Bro,
sit on
bro,
that one
bro,
chair. Would
bro,
you then
bro.
push that lady to sit down?
Hassan. If there is only me, the older lady, and the bus
Yes.
driver, why the fuck am I even on the bus?
Again, that's to go to wherever your destination is. You have to sit.
Okay, where
Either
the
you have
fuck...
to stand for that
Bro,
2-hour
bro,
commute,
bro, bro,
or you have to sit
bro,
down.
bro, bro,
Are you gonna
bro,
push that older lady now
bro.
because there's those people that you're afraid of? You're still not gonna do that. It's still wrong.
Hassan,
You're
you see the way you're changing your hypothetical and you're making it so unrealistic at this point. It's just a fantasy.
No, it's still logical. That's what hypotheticals are. They need to be logically coherent.
Yeah, it's not
It's
logically
showing your
coherent.
absurdity in your worldview.
It's
You don't believe what
listen,
you're saying right now, and that's what it showed you right now.
It's
You
not
would never push
logically
that older lady.
coherent. It's not logically coherent that there's
What's
only 3...
illogical about you two? What's
Hassan,
illogical of it?
Hassan, if there is only 3 of us, the more reason why I wouldn't push her, because if there's only 3 human beings and she's the only female, why the fuck will I hurt the only other one of 3 human beings that
hell
exist?
no. What are you trying to suggest here, Bakanga?
I'm saying to you that, listen,
Crazy.
the value
Oh my
that
God.
other human beings give us is not just what they can do with
You're
their
just selfish.
actions, but it's their ability to think. Right. So
Oh, that's funny.
my moral framework is constructed upon this very principle.
Let me
I
clap for you, man.
wouldn't want to do to someone what I wouldn't want them to do to me,
Well, you
especially
can't get that, by the way.
especially if it involves that I have to undergo pain and suffering unnecessarily. Okay, my comfort in a world where there's only 3 people, my comfort will not depend on me hurting another human being.
That's what I was gonna say. You can't have both views where, excuse me, you value your comfort and then yet try treating others with the same thing you'd like to be treated. One has to lose comfort for another to gain. As I said, if you're
Okay, check
standing,
this out.
if she's sitting down, you must stand. If you're standing, she must sit.
Hold up. Morality is fluid.
It's what?
Fluid.
What do you mean?
That means it takes the shape and size of the situation in which it's in. And if you've been listening to me, you understand that I say to you that a person's morality is not what they say they will do. It's what they actually do. So the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, his morality is not what he says he is. It's not who he paints himself as. It's what he did. A person's morality is their actions. That's why I'm saying to you that believing in God, it deceives you to have a false sense of morality. Because
else to say?
Son, hold up.
Yeah.
I don't judge the morality of a Christian based on what the Bible says. I judge the morality of a Christian based on what a Christian does.
Okay, so excellent. I want to really talk to you about this now. So, would you accept if a religious person has spent their whole life donating to the poor, to do rikutwa, and they're doing their salahs, and I'm just talking about Islam, and I can do both Christianity. They're doing their prayers, which we already went over the fact that there's many scientific evidence to support your bones arthritis. Would you then therefore say that their morals are not what is being asked for, but rather what they're doing to be able to prove that it's good?
Yeah, I'll only call him a charitable person because he does charity.
Okay, so then why are you
I'm not
against...
going to call him a charitable person because he says that
why
he
are you
will...
against religious morals then? Because people are doing... They're helping the poor. They're not harming anyone.
Let me tell you something. Okay. Let me show you. I'm not against anybody's morality unless it threatens my existence. You can be
Okay.
your morality can be inspired by goddamn Superman. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
In fact,
So,
the morality of a 5-year-old is greatly inspired by Santa Claus because he's busily trying to get gifts on Christmas Day. So he's being at his best behavior so he can get gifts on Christmas Day. It doesn't make Santa Claus real.
so what's your okay? So now I have to ask you today. What are you trying to get? Like, what is it that you're gaining or benefiting by then just snatching off of people's belief if you're not even against their morals? A lot of people who are atheists want to deconstruct people because they believe that a set of morals are just bad. It seems like you
I
don't care about that.
understand. No, listen. Yes, I think that the morals of many religious people is bad because I don't consider their morals what they say they would do, but what they actually do. And
Right.
the worst part of it is their religion encourages them to only focus on what they actually do that's acceptable and then ignore what they do that's not acceptable as though they shouldn't be held accountable for it. Neither should they be described by what they
No,
have
they do
done,
think they should be
right?
accountable. That's why they repent.
Listen. So for me, let me give you an example. For me, Islam is not the Muslim who does salah and goes to the mosque every Sunday
So
and
that's what
doesn't
they
harm.
do.
Bro, listen to me. To me, Islam is not the Muslim who does salah and does dua, and goes to go to the mosque every Friday. For me, that is included in Islam, but it is not the totality of Islam. For me, Islam also includes jihad. It also includes terror extremists. For me, it's a package deal. I am an external
Okay.
observer. I am an external observer. I do not judge the system by a singular aspect of the system. And what I'm saying to you that system is a corrupted system that has the ability to produce very, very dangerous extremists. And
Mm.
had it not been for modern civilization, women would still be stoned in Saudi Arabia. Literally, women couldn't wear pants. They killed a girl a few years ago because she didn't wear a hijab in Iran. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's barbaric. That's
Yeah, Saudi
anti-evolutionary
is
to
very
hold up.
extreme.
That is anti-evolutionary to the psychological evolution of a human being. Okay? As a
Mm.
civilization, as the world becomes sophisticated, as we find out more of the secrets of the world, it is a great responsibility that we cannot afford and we cannot manage that responsibility if many of us are impractical and dwell in fiction rather than reality. So the more realistic human beings are, the better stewards or the better managers we are going to be of the knowledge of atomic bombs, of the knowledge of guns, right? You say, hey,
Pew, pew.
guns don't kill people, people kill people, right? So,
Mm.
and
Mm.
what motivates people's actions? Their ideologies. So just because the police officer uses the gun to enforce the law doesn't
Pew
mean
pew.
that doesn't mean that I cannot call out the motherfucker who shot Charlie Kirk, right? Using the same type of gun or using the same type of weapon. So
Okay.
so 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 what is a gun to me? A gun is not this good thing.
Just say pew pew. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay. A gun is something
But
that can be used to do harm and to do evil. And if anyone who is pro-gun can acknowledge that, then I don't have a problem with guns, right? So if you tell me that
mm,
Islam cannot be used to do evil, I look at you like a fool because I'm saying what's going on with all those suicide bombers, right? Same thing with Christianity. And yet you guys have painted those religions as though we're just supposed to take it, oh, this is the way. No, it's not the fucking way. It ain't gonna be the fucking way for everybody. There's some people who should not be Muslim. If their plan is to go blow themselves up, it's better to be Hindu.
well, yeah. If you're talking about extremists,
If
I'm
I
with
had the
you.
power, Osama bin Laden, I would have made that motherfucker a Christian.
But is it not disingenuous to refer to a religion due to just those extremists? I think there are
No,
extremists
I'm
in any
saying to
part
you
of the
that I
field.
acknowledge the extremists and I also acknowledge the person who uses the religion to do charity. I acknowledge both. And I do not describe the religion in
I
isolation.
have to go soon. I just want to ask you one last question for you to be able to help us understand it. Yeah, we had a debate, but I just don't want to understand that. Do you not think that the world will become a lot more chaotic if we would erase religion as a whole and just encourage people to think for themselves and it's right, whatever they make believe of to be true? You don't think it's going to cause chaos and be very inconsistent?
I have no intentions of erasing religion. I am simply attempting to recategorize religion for what it is in a less harmful state as pure fiction. That's why, guess what? We need to relegate it to entertainment like football, like soccer, like going to the movies and watching Superman. In that state, it is not harmful at all. And it can still inspire those who think that they want to use it for charity, right? When we define it as something more than just entertainment, we open room for those extremists. So guess
Wow. If you
what?
wanted to learn from it but not
That's
use
why I
it,
said to
it's
you,
clearly
listen,
true.
God is purely imaginary. Imagine God however you want. It's up to you. You don't have to
Mm.
imagine God the way Muhammad did. Whoever told you that
Mm.
probably has some bad intentions. Because
Interesting, interesting. I wouldn't go that far, but I see what you're saying.
listen,
Either they
bro.
don't know. It's
Because
true.
God is an abstract idea and we can only imagine it, it's actually better that we all have a different imagination of it. And just in case 99% of us are wrong, we increase the chances that one of us could be right. If at all we ever run into some God out there.
Mm.
Fuck around, we
No,
run
I
into
see what you're
God.
saying.
Bro, what if God pulls up? What if Jesus pulls up tomorrow, bro, wearing a cape and a pair of underwears with an
What
S
about
on
Cap?
his chest? No, bro, I'm just saying. What if Jesus pulls up, right? Tomorrow, like the Christians or the Muslims say, Isa, he pulls up, but he's riding a black horse and
Yeah, yeah.
he's wearing a cape, like Superman, a blue cape with red underwears with an S on his chest, and that S stands for
Gay.
Satan. What if Jesus pulls up? Guess what? If somebody out there doesn't imagine that version of Jesus and Jesus pulls up like that,
Wow.
we wouldn't see it coming. You know what I'm saying? So the
So
more,
God didn't create us, we created God, eh?
bro, I can create a God right now if you want to.
You just did.
It's real easy. It's a shit. It's very, bro. Now, guess what, bro? If I was a multi-trillionaire and I had political power, right, and I had political connections, I can literally take this God that I just created and put it into the system and use my connections to impose it on people. And guess what? If I was offering my followers $1 million to follow my teachings of my idea of God, and then I go into morality and borrow some good ideas and give it to
Nice
them
support.
and put a twist to it, boom, I start my own religion.
Bro, you're giving away some. Don't keep, gatekeep some. But I'm just kidding. But yo, Bakanga, this is. But I appreciate you, bro. It's always a pleasure, dude. Well, I don't know what I'm not asking you because you're telling you're busy. But like, what I mean, I hope whatever you were busy with that it ended up being better for you, dude.
I was just
But
working,
nice.
bro. I was just working, and my schedule got thrown off a little bit.
Yeah, your
So
eyes were hella red. I ain't gonna lie.
every
Before
time,
it's
every
good
time I
now.
come into work, yeah, bro. Because believe it or not, usually at this time I'm at work. At this time right now.
Hella. All right, man. Why don't you go and educate someone else? I think I got my education from you
I
today.
don't know. Listen, Hassan, you young man have been bacangalized.
Thank you.
Now,
That's it. Yeah.
now go and figure out what gravity was before human beings called it gravity.
Oh
Thank you.
goodness. All right, Wakanga. Take care, dude. Thank
All right,
you.
bro. All right, bro. Take care, man. Some of you guys like to argue, but I get it. I get it. Okay. Remember, there's no beef here. There's no hatred. This is the arena of conversation. Nothing but disagreements, maybe agreements. But in the real world, you know it ain't gonna be like this, right? Some people take what people say on the internet too seriously. That's why you have violent people that shoot other people just because some dude was saying, bro, if someone is racist, let them be racist. They're racist because of the things they say. You are worse than them if you take it upon yourself to go and end that person's life. You are worse than the racist. You are worse than the racist. If you are so angry at someone for being racist simply because of what they said, not what they did, so you decide to take that person's life. Listen, let me tell you something. I used to watch Charlie Kirk scrolling through TikTok just about every day. And the only reason why I listened to Charlie Kirk is because I just thought he was stupid. I thought he was dumb. I was like, bruh, I can tell exactly what a person that is excessively religious can be. I actually thought that that dude had some racist tendencies and that if he had the power, he could do some crazy shit. But at no point did I think, oh, this guy deserves to die. No. I bet you if I ran into Charlie Kirk on the street, I'd be like, hey, what's up, dude? If he was my boss, I'd be like, hey, what's up, dude? You don't have to like people to live with them, to live around them. But guess what? That's just politics. In the religious world, shit, people get killed all the time. And the only reason why we talk about Charlie is because Charlie is he was famous. My day will come. That's why I'm not gonna talk too much shit. What's going on?
How are you doing? It's been a long time.
Indeed,
I catch
indeed.
you at the right moment all the time. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't see you all the time, but when I catch you and I love it. I totally love it. Because the statements that people portray is so crazy. Just like the last caller. If an old lady, why would you want to shove an old lady in the front seat on the bus that you go quickly to? I've been in a situation where a white man did it to a black woman with her baby. And the bus was packed and it got empty and he was rude. Everybody came on the bus, said good evening, greetings, and make greetings to the Rastafarians, and he just came about your ancestors. You couldn't move. You couldn't move. You could have came off the back of the bus, but you wanted to start trouble because you want to start trouble. I'm coming home. I'm in pain, and I want to go home and feed my kids. And you're interrupting my travelment because you want to say your ancestors, and now you couldn't move. You could have came off the back of the bus. So I prayed, and the universe slapped me in my head, and this told me slap him up, and I did. And then he's like, oh, she's hurting me. She's hurting me. The bus driver was black too. I knew him from high school. There's no difference. I told him to do what he did, and I'm speaking to my ancestors, and you need to go home and go drink a beer and go smoke a smoke and think about what you have done to me. That's rude.
I hear you, sister. I hear you, sister. And anyways, look. Of course, that hypothetical that brother gave was unrealistic, right? No one's
Yeah.
there's more real situations that happen than that. And sometimes
Yeah.
people don't always act in that way. But sister, I'm looking for disagreement. I do thank you though for always pulling up, for always supporting
You're
me. Thank you
welcome.
so
I
much.
love you.
You be blessed,
Just
okay?
let everybody love you, Pat, too.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a good night.
You too. All right, bro. Please go straight to your point. What you got for me?
All right, straight to my point. I disagree for two reasons. I prayed about two things and got both of them. I asked God before I even had it. I said I want a daughter that looked like me, and if I have a son, I want him to be left-handed, a little bit taller, and a little bit calmer than me. I got that. Outside of all the millions of things, this is something tangible that I could produce, that I've prayed about and received. That's where my disagreement comes in at. A long time ago, but no, don't let me say a long time ago. In truth, I don't believe in the God that they tell us to believe in. I've been like that. So I'm with you on that point. But there is a God. It's not what we've been told, but there is one. For the many
Well,
things and the many reasons I'm still here on this planet, it's gotta be. I got shot in my jugular. I'm still here. I fell off a 3-story building, landed head first. I'm still here. I got ran over by an 18-wheeler truck. I'm still here. If there is no God, why am I being saved so much?
it's a high possibility that you just lying.
Brother, I have no reason to lie.
You
None at
get you,
all.
you got shot in the jugular
I promise you.
and ran
I
by
promise
18
you.
wheeler. You alone,
I
bro. You
promise you.
alone. You alone been through all that shit. You alone, bro. Usually that's some shit that happens one time in people's lives. How the hell you alone go through all that shit?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
You must be making a lot of bad decisions to be ending up in those kind of fucked up situations, brother.
That could be the case too. But I'm still here.
You know what we say in America? We say you lucky as fuck. Cause one of these days, bro, getting shot in the jugular. Ain't that what happened to Charlie Kirk?
I don't know who that is.
I'm pretty sure you would have bled to death. It's like 99.9, 100% chance you die. You get shot in the jugular.
It's supposed to be.
Now it ain't
But I'm
supposed to be.
still here,
It's a fact.
brother. I'm
Unless
still
your
here,
unless your only weakness, unless the only thing that could take you out is kryptonite, bro. You get shot in the jugular, you gone. Cause right now I know you tripping. I don't
brother.
know, bro.
I
You
swear.
tripping. You
I
tripping.
wish. I wish I would, brother. As a matter of fact, if you look on my page in a by tomorrow, I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna
Hold
take a
up.
picture of the
Hold up.
wound and
Actually,
put it up
I
there.
got one good question for you before you go.
Ask.
So you got ran over by an 18-wheeler and you survived. So because of
Yeah.
that, you believe in God.
Because of the number of things that happened, I believe that there is a God. I don't believe in the God that this world wants me to believe in.
Which one do you believe in?
What do you mean?
You don't
I
believe in the God that this world wants you to believe in. So which one do you believe in?
the energy, the God, everything, the
So you don't,
everything.
bro, I get you. So you don't believe in the one that this world wants you to believe in. You just believe in the one that you made up in your head. That's what I'm saying, bro. We on the same page. That's why I said God is imaginary. Because if you're not gonna believe any of the gods out there, then the only one you can believe in by default is one which you made up in your head. Because it seems like you're the only one that know that God.
I'm with you. I'm with you there. Okay. Okay. I'm
Hence,
with you there.
hence I said God is purely imaginary, right, bro? And there are some things, bro. Our emotions are very, very, very complex, amazing, and yet simple thing, right? What an irony or what a paradox. Because you can be thinking about some bullshit and it will make you feel just as good as when you get a promotion at work. Bro, I buy lottery tickets, okay? When I this last Powerball, because there's some motherfucker out there with my 400 million right now, bro. You know, I get the same joy when I buy the Powerball ticket as I would get if I actually won. Like, goddamn, buying the ticket. Sometimes I buy the ticket and I just feel like I won already. Now,
Nice.
that's a self-induced delusion due to
Mm.
an exaggerated anticipation. Though in the back of my mind, I know that the odds of me winning is probably like 1 in a trillion. But I choose to ignore that shit for entertainment purposes. And then
So what do
when I check the ticket, well, I'm not surprised when I don't win. Cause that feeling, that feeling, the state of feeling good, I knew will only last me from when I buy the ticket to when I check the ticket.
dig
But
it?
I don't hold on to it. Because if I
So what do
hold
you?
on to it, that's how I'm gonna get addicted.
Now, we are in an agreement that the God most people believe in is the one in their imagination. So explain to me the part where I just told you that when I said I wonder what I would look like as a girl, and God gave me a daughter that looks just like me, acts just like me, behaves just like me, talks just like me, and make it make sense when I say, God, I want a son, and I want him to be left-handed, a little bit taller than me, and a little more calm, and I received that as well.
A lot of
I only
dads
got
get
two
that.
kids.
A lot of dads get that, right? A lot of dads get that. And look, bro, do not underestimate. And honestly, I don't want to go into this, bro, but there's definitely genetic memory, right? And certain characteristics of genetic memory that can be affected by the parents. That's why we're still studying the human body. We inherit more than just what we think we inherit from our parents. And to a certain extent, we inherit their memories, their desires, their addictions, their strengths, their weaknesses. Whatever you say you wanted, you got lucky. And it's possible that you can be that fortunate. It's not necessarily like a mind-boggling thing. No, there's people more fortunate than you in this world.
There are.
Yeah. And they don't believe in God. Like Elon Musk for sure is more fortunate than you. Even though he got more problems than
Okay.
you too.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Listen, bro. Something extraordinary happening to you doesn't necessarily directly translate to divine or supernatural. There are many natural things that happen to us extraordinarily. Why do we say extraordinary? Because the odds of those things happening and the
I'm
results
not
being in our
ordinary.
favor are not always high, but consistently things can happen in our favor. Okay, like a bank robber who's been robbing banks for 20 years. There's a reason why he didn't get caught for 20 years. He could choose to believe that it's God. And I promise you, there's bank robbers. There's motherfuckers out there that has been robbing banks for 20 years and they never got caught until finally one
Okay.
day they got caught. You know, so
Let me give you another scenario before you get into that. Let me give you another scenario that I prayed about because I was going through some shit. I mean, I was going through it, and I'm one of them dudes that I grew up kind of rough, kind of in the streets, you know, amongst that crowd. And
I
I'm
don't know
I'm,
why
I'm,
you
I'm
telling me that, bro. Because right now you still
'cause I
sound
want
like
to
you in
tell
the
you that
street. You sound like you still in the street.
no, I'm actually things are actually quite
I'm
well off.
tripping,
So
man. I'm tripping.
I prayed about it, and I was like, I want a job where I could actually mean something to somebody, where I could give back. And I didn't even put in an application. Didn't even put in an application. Couple months went past. I say about 5-6 months went past, and I got a phone call from a friend of mine that works for a non-for-profit, and I've been working for them for the past 4 years now, helping the community,
Let me
looking
help
out
you
for the
out.
kids.
Let me help you out.
Help me out.
I don't believe a word of what you're saying.
You don't
I
have to, brother.
listen.
I
Let
know
me
people
let me
don't
finish.
never
Let me
hear the
finish. Let
truth.
me finish. Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe a word of what you're saying.
You don't have to.
I
Go
think
ahead.
you're lying.
You
But
can.
I'm glad that you feel that way. Because you're allowed to imagine whatever make you feel good.
I'm happy you believe I'm lying. You think I'm lying. One thing I never do is lie. I don't have to.
That's a lie.
I don't have to lie.
But you
I don't
lie.
have to lie.
But
You
you
don't
lie.
have to believe.
You
People
don't
don't have to
hold
believe
up, hold up,
anything I
hold up,
say.
hold up. You don't have to lie, but you lie.
No, I haven't. Not in this whole conversation, have I? Not in this whole conversation.
You got proof that you got ran over by 18-wheeler?
I got the scars. Yeah,
No,
I
no,
got the
you
proof.
got you got proof beyond scars. Maybe your ass got jumped. And you just lying
I've
to
been
me.
jumped. I've been jumped several
Yeah,
times
so
now.
yeah, so
I've been jumped several times, but
you got proof that them scars didn't come from you being jumped rather than from an 18-wheeler running. Bro, you know what it means an 18-wheeler run you over, bro? You think we don't know what
yeah,
physics is like? You lying.
bro, I drive them too. Yes, I do.
What part of your body did the 18-wheeler run over?
I got hit dead on, and I went under that motherfucker.
Bro.
Okay,
So you didn't actually get ran over.
what's the
How
difference? You get
how fast, bro? Okay, if you get ran over, bro, I mean the tires of that 18-wheeler went over your body, bro. It'd be nothing but goddamn what's that? Ground beef.
mush. Yeah, mush.
Yeah, that should go over you. It'd be nothing but ground beef, man.
I got hit dead on and went right up underneath that
How fast was
motherfucker.
it going? Was it going at more than 2 miles an hour?
I don't know.
I rest my
I know I
case.
sat in the hospital for 3
Bro,
weeks.
maybe that shit didn't run you over. Maybe you ran into it. At this point, maybe the 18-wheeler was going at 0 miles an hour and your ass ran into it.
I just power dived head first into it.
Look, one way or another, guess what? One way or another, bro, like I'm saying, bro, the veracity of your story is completely irrelevant to me because of the extraordinary nature and the vast lack of evidence. So I would just say to you, I don't believe a word of what you're saying. In fact, I'm convinced that you're lying. But if that's what makes you feel good, and if that's how you've chosen to imagine your God in your head, and
That's how I feel about
that
what
shit
you
get you
said.
going, good for you. It doesn't
That's
make
how I feel
God
about what you
real.
said.
It doesn't
That
make
you
God real. Everything you've
I
just said right now only proves one thing.
what's that,
That
brother?
you've had several extraordinary things happen to you, or a series of coincidences in your life that turned out in your favor. That's the only thing it proves. It doesn't prove that God exists. Okay? Because I know better things in this world that you could pray for and demand results. In fact, I can give you an opportunity right now. Pray for God to do something. In fact, pray for God to pull up on this life. But your God ain't gonna pull up in this life. Because your God ain't real. Your God doesn't have that power. Your God is only as powerful as you've imagined it in your head.
So I
Now,
guess I got a
let me ask you something.
real
Let me ask
strong
you something.
imagination because everything I pray for come true. Everything. Everything
Everything,
I speak on
everything,
comes out.
everything you pray for comes true.
Everything.
Pray for God.
Everything I talk to
Okay, go
God
ahead. Go
about
ahead.
comes
Do it.
through.
Let's do it. Pray for God to pull up right now in this life. I'm ready.
I don't want that.
It's a good reason why you don't want that. Don't y'all find that suspicious, y'all? This man just said everything he prayed for, God do it. And he's got an opportunity in front of 297 people to do it. Because this is the only time
To
he
pray
could
for
get
God to
caught.
show up in my life is to pray for God to show up right now in front of me is to pray for my own death. That's crazy.
So your God don't got the power to pull up in front of you without killing you? Your God that weak? Your God don't know how to calibrate his glory? Your God ain't got no calibrator?
To see my father is to go home. That's my belief. That's my belief. So if I was to call God to see him, I would be calling him so I
Why
could go
you
home.
why you calling something that you made up in your head your father, bro? Does he have a penis? Does he take a shit? Because the last time I checked, if God was your father, then he probably the human being that impregnated your mother. Beyond that, you have no other father. Now, you say you don't believe in God like the world say, and the world is the one that told you that God was a father. Christianity told you God was a father.
Islam said, Buddhism said.
No, Islam don't say that.
What?
God is God doesn't have personal relationship with human beings in Islam.
What?
The Islamic God doesn't have a father, he doesn't have a son, he doesn't have a brother. That God is different from the
Yeah,
Christian God.
he don't have a mediator.
He doesn't have
It's just straight
children.
God.
He doesn't have children either.
Right. He's a straight God.
But the Christian God, he's got a son, but we don't know where his wife went. You know what I'm saying? So
He
I
got a
don't know.
mediator. Yeah, all that.
Not mediator. The Christian guy got a son, but unfortunately, we don't know what happened to the mother. Maybe they got divorced.
You funny.
I call it
You
divine
funny.
divorce. You know what I'm saying? So guess
You
what?
funny.
The Christian God's wife put him on child support, so he took the child and sent that motherfucker to the earth to get killed.
Yeah, all that shit's crazy to me.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
That's after going, no, that shit sound crazy to me. But I do believe that there's a God. There's a being higher than myself, greater than me, that helped produce all of this.
Listen to me. There is no being greater than me. That is why I am responsible for everything I do. That is why
Oh, that's absolute.
not only am I responsible for everything I do, I'm also responsible for every thought I think.
Absolutely.
All its consequences.
Mm-hmm.
That's because within my existence, there is no being greater than me. There is no being in this world that can be me more than me. So there's no comparison at all whatsoever.
That's
So,
a beautiful way
so
to see it.
regardless of the capabilities of another being, it's not a competition because no matter how great God is, God can't be me. One thing I know God can't do is God can't be me. So that means that from my perspective,
Well,
I am
God.
the only being. No, I'm not God because I have weaknesses and I am conscious of the fact that my existence is temporal. That what I can do now, at some point, I will not be able to do it. So what I do is I focus on the moment. I focus.
Wait,
My
wait, wait,
peace of mind is secured within the simplest things of my existence.
wait.
So I have already calibrated my standard of happiness is this. I have food to eat and a place to sleep. Nothing that you add to that can make me happier. Now, if you take away my food, you can reduce my happiness. If you take away my shelter, you can reduce my happiness. But my happiness, my peak happiness is grounded in those two things, food and shelter. Even losing a family member will not take away my happiness. Even losing my leg will not take away my happiness. But if I am breathing and I can eat and I have a place to sleep, That's what makes me happy. Because my standard is so low, anything that happens beyond that, ooh, it's like a bonus. So if I end up getting a good job, whoa. If I
That's
end up
called the
having a
richest
big
man in the
house,
world.
whoa.
You
If I
off the Christianity thing, you viewing life in a meek way, and like it says, the meek shall inherit the earth. You know, the smallest things make you happy.
but
That's the
but
meek.
but I
So
will but guess what? I will not inherit the earth because I I am an heir right now, as in the earth is mine right now. And but it will only be mine for a specific amount of time, and even I would lose that, and somebody else will inherit it. So the only piece of earth I inherited is my existence in this earth,
in
right?
a way,
And
and the way that
the
you
the
just
only
explained
piece
that
of
you've
earth,
inherited it,
the only piece of earth that belongs to me is the soil that my feet touches at every given moment of my life. That's my
have
real
you?
ownership. That's my real ownership. So every
That
time I
was a
take a
promise.
step, right?
That was a
If
Christian
even
promise.
if you go 1 centimeter away from the bottom of my feet, that doesn't belong to me. The only piece that belongs to me is the piece where my feet is touching. That is the simplicity of existence. When I say I'm conscious of the temporary nature of my existence, bro, that means that just like I did not exist before I was conceived in my mother's womb, at some point I will cease to exist. Like it will be as though I was never here. That is the harshest reality of our world that makes people gravitate towards delusional perspectives of reality, because death
It's imminent. It's
is sad.
gonna happen.
Above all things, it's sad. It's a sad experience, usually because of the pain and suffering associated with it. And yet, we call it rest. Listen,
Eternal rest.
if I told you, hold up, let me ask you a question. Where do you think you're going to go after you die?
I'm going to my father. I'm going home.
If you knew for a
Wherever that's
fact,
supposed to be.
if you knew for a fact that you will cease to exist after you die, how would you feel?
This shell that I live in will cease to exist. But the energy that I leave behind will forever live on as long as I leave something righteous behind me.
But the energy that's within you is not you. What makes
Right.
you you is the combination of the energies that flow within you and your body. Your body being the most necessary ingredient, that which has been with you since you were conceived in your mother's womb. And then the energy that goes through you, it continuously recycle. That is why we consume energy, water, air, right? All those things are passing through us like a tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
That the water that flows through the tunnel is not the tunnel itself.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say energy, energy is always in motion.
Mm-hmm.
The energy is like your fingernail. Doesn't have a mind of its own. It's just a resource. What makes you you is the unique constitution of your anatomy functioning in a specific way at a specific time in a good enough way for you to be considered alive. So much that if you hinder that process, you go from being just alive to being alive and disabled. And then once your entire body loses all its abilities, you are considered dead. And what is death, bro? Death is the complete cessation of all bodily functions. That's the definition of death. Complete cessation of all bodily functions. So life is associated with bodily functions. If you don't have a body, you're not alive. You are one, you are a one in an existential phenomenon of life. An apparition, like a mist. The moment you're conscious of that, 1 minute will feel like 1 year. 1 year will feel like 10,000 years. If you understand the temporary nature of your existence, you will notice that time will slow down. When people ask
I'm
my
so
age, I say I'm 300 years old in terms of my experience. The flow of time I've experienced, time moves very slow for me. Like a day is a really long time for me. 1 second is a really long time for me. Because I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. So, like, when I watch the leaf, I really see the leaf. As I'm looking at the clouds, I'm looking at the clouds, conscious of the fact that one day I might go blind. So I really see the clouds. I look at the clouds today like there is no tomorrow. And it takes such a long time.
You sound like me in a lot of ways, and
But
I
those of
appreciate
you
it, brother.
who think that you're going somewhere after you die, your life is going by so fast. You can't keep up with it because you have death anxiety. The fact that you don't know the exact moment you're gonna die got you suffering. Got
Well,
you
me
suffering.
personally, I'm not worried about when I die. That's the least of my worries.
And
I,
yet
I'm
it is
I'm
the
ready.
and yet it is the preeminence, the most preeminent of your worries.
Nah,
You know
I
why?
ain't care less
You know
about
why?
death.
You know why? I know that because you've concluded that you're going somewhere after you die. That means that you don't even know yourself yet. Because if you knew yourself, you would know that the only place you're going to go is the graveyard or the cremator. Those who know themselves can never be confused about where they are or where they're going.
Those that know themselves know God.
No, 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 no. It got nothing to do with God.
You got everything to do with God.
Let me tell you something
God,
about God, okay? If God was real, the idea of God, you'll be born with it genetically, like DNA. But you're not born with that idea. You learn that idea. It's a learned behavior, like Santa Claus. If God was real, as in the essence of your creator, think about it. Think
well,
about it.
I personally never believed in none of those fairy tale traditional things.
But the version of God that you have is as much a fairy tale. You're not in, bro, you are not in a position to criticize other religious people's gods because yours is just the same version, or let me say your own personal version of the same thing.
To not believe in something is not to criticize it. I don't believe in it. You're not criticizing the fact that you don't believe in God. You don't believe in it. That's your choice.
Brother, you know what it means to criticize? I'm being critical of it. Being critical of it means that I've used my intelligence, my ability to think, to analyze it, and determine that it is not what it is, hence, it is not worthy of belief. That's literally what you do when you don't believe in something. You're being critical of it. And the conclusion is that it is not what it claims to be. Right? In fact, you have to be critical of it in order to make a decision. Criticizing is not always a bad thing. You can criticize someone to a good end, to a productive end. There's something called constructive criticism.
I'm gonna use what you just said about Santa Claus, Christmas, and God. I watched my mama put the gifts under the tree. They didn't miraculously show up, but my daughter looking just like me, behaving just like me, and my son coming out the way I asked. I didn't manipulate that to happen. That's how it happened after I asked. Differences. You put in a Christmas list to your mom or your
brother,
dad,
brother,
and they
brother,
bring you what you
brother.
asked for.
The power
I put
of
in my
the
Christmas
human
list to God and
mind.
got it.
Bro, the power of the human mind. It's not that your son came out exactly the way you wanted. It's that you wanted your son to be a certain way so much that that is how you choose to see him. It's
That,
not that you,
huh?
it's listen, let me tell you.
My son is literally left-handed. I'm 5'11", he's 6'1",
Guess
and
what?
he's so calm and chill, and I'm so ready to pop off.
Hold up. You wanted your son to be left-handed?
Yes,
Why?
because I'm right-handed. I wanted there to be a difference between me and him, because me and him look like twins.
No. Before your son was born, before you even had sex,
Mm-hmm.
you wanted, did you know you were gonna have a son?
Before,
Before you did the whoopee, practice reproduction. Before you lay down the pipe.
did you hear me?
No.
I said when she became pregnant, I knew it was a boy. And that's when I made my request.
You made your request after the motherfucker already existed? That means your request ain't got shit to do with it. It was already what it was before you said anything. You made an educated
Let's say that's
guess.
the case.
No,
Let's
no,
say
no,
that's the
no,
case.
no. You made an
I still
educated
had the
guess.
thought. I still had the thought. I didn't know it until after he was
Yeah,
born
bro,
that's how it was gonna
that should
be. And to
definitely
tell you
tell
the
you.
truth,
That
you
should
can actually
that
direct and
hold
dictate a person's.
up. It was already predetermined. So that's called a prediction.
Oh, I predicted that my son was gonna be left-handed, a little bit taller than me, and calmer.
Yeah, that's possible.
Cool. I'll take that.
Yeah, just like the weatherman. It doesn't mean that's God. God damn.
No, the weatherman got satellites, brother.
Share this what, bro. I predict that the sun is gonna rise tomorrow. Oh Lord God in heaven.
You ain't stop that. Stop
May,
that.
may the
Stop that.
sun
Stop.
hold up. Hold up. Okay, look, bro. Look. One more thing. One more thing,
Hell
bro.
no.
Listen, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna prophesy to you right now.
Come on.
Tomorrow,
What's gonna happen for me?
I want you to look up in the sky
Like I always do.
when the sun is shining, and you're gonna see a cloud
Oh, you stop it now.
that looks like a spear.
You sure?
Make sure you take your phone.
I'm gonna take a picture of it and send it to you.
Make sure you take a picture of the whole damn sky. Yeah,
I got you.
the whole damn sky.
I'm gonna take a picture of my neck where I got shot at. I'm gonna
You can come
send you
back
that
tomorrow.
too.
I'll be here tomorrow. Actually, today. I'll be here later today.
I pop in and listen to you quite often. This is just the first time I ever actually requested to join.
Guess what? I'm gonna give you another prophecy, bro.
Give me one.
You know, bro, I'm colorblind. I'm red and green colorblind.
Real life?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
What are you sorry for?
That you can't see the natural colors of the world.
But I do, bro, because I had a
You said,
vision that the dollar was green. I had a
get
vision,
your
bro.
I'm dead. This nigga funny as hell.
Hold up. You trying to say I'm lying?
You funny as hell.
You trying to say I'm lying?
Oh man,
I
fuck
can't
with
even
you, bro.
see
You
it.
funny.
But when I ask everybody, they say it's green. That must be God. And bro,
Man, you funny as hell.
guess what? Guess what? You want to know that it's a sign? You can see the word God on the dollar.
Governmental Ordnance Department. That's what that means. But I gotta get back to work. It was a pleasure. I was just on my break. Spent my break with you instead of my
The
nap.
truth is, anybody can make up any type of bullshit to believe in as long as it makes them feel good. And it seems that you
That's
made
true
yours
too.
up. You made yours up. It seems like it's working for you. Continue, my brother. Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate you.
Those of you who say I'm lying, y'all gonna go to hell. Y'all lying. Y'all saying I didn't have that vision? All of y'all going to hell. All of y'all. Y'all going to white people hell. Y'all even going to black people hell. You guys are not allowed in black people hellfire. That's right. If you thought I was lying, if you thought I made that shit up, you need to repent. Why the hell would I make up something like that? Huh? What good reason could I have to or maybe it makes me feel good to think I got superpowers. Religious people are mostly human beings that are desperate to be more than what they are naturally, but consistently fail at it. So they persuade themselves and delude themselves to the point where they actually believe they are. It's not with bad intentions. It's not that they have bad intentions. No, by no means. Okay? It's not a product of bad intentions. By no means. That's why if a religious person has done you no wrong personally, you shouldn't condemn them just because they don't believe like you. Okay, this message is for those of you who don't believe in God. Because this is what we are preaching to those who believe in God. That just because someone doesn't believe in God doesn't mean they're less than you, or that you need to see them like they need something from you. They don't need anything from you. In fact, what they need from you is to leave them alone. Mhm. In the real world, this is the internet. It's all fair game. So yeah, we all have eyes and we can see, and none of us have ever seen a God. As a result, I have said to you, there is no God. There never has been. There never would be. Anybody who says they've seen God is lying. Anybody who says they've seen God is lying.
How are you?
Ask your question.
How do the soul see?
The soul cannot see because it doesn't exist.
Okay, then I was wrong, I think. Okay, it's all clear
The
then.
soul is an idea that represents your
How do you see when
memories.
you dream? When you dream, how do you see when you dream? How do you speak when you dream? How do you feel when you dream? Bye bye.
Listen. When you dream, it is an internal working of your brain. Internalization, right? When your body is when you're sleeping, your body goes into a complete state of relaxation. So it allows the only experience that you're having while you're sleeping to be very vivid. There is something that is always happening in your brain, even when you are asleep. Thinking. A human being who is alive cannot stop thinking.
The inner voice. That's the word,
No,
God.
no, no, it's not inner voice. Listen carefully. Thinking is an automatic process, just like breathing. You know, when
I
you're
know.
breathing, you don't have to focus on it,
But you
right?
can choose which way, how fast you want to breathe, how much you want to breathe. You can regulate.
You can interrupt the autonomous process, true. But as soon as your mind is focused on something else, your body will still keep breathing on its own. The same thing is true about thinking. You can intentionally think about stuff. But as soon as something happens to you and you are maybe passed out, your brain will still be firing information. And those information will now appear to you very vividly. That's why in your dream, your dream is always shifting, it's always changing. Anyone who's had a dream, you can
You
confirm
can
this.
learn how to dream. You can, in your dream, you can go where you want when you learn it. You
Brother,
can fly.
listen, brother.
Brother. Yeah.
That's not the same as dreaming. Hmm? I know what you're talking about. That's visualization, something people try to achieve through meditation, where you intentionally sit in a position, let your body relax, so you can have a dream-like effect while still being conscious, right? Anything you're thinking becomes very vivid to you, but it comes along with breathing techniques. It's not magic. It's not magic. It's a function of the human body. In fact, through discipline, you can achieve really great things.
I know.
That is why
Uh-huh.
all of us were not kung fu masters. If I
Yeah.
if I told you that I can take a piece of iron, an iron bar, and hit you in your testicles, and your testicles
Yeah.
will not explode, can you believe me?
Yeah, I'm sure they will not explode.
Right now.
Right now it's not possible, but I know that they will not explode. How
No,
how hard how hard can you hit is the question. How hard is the hit?
if I take a hammer with all my strength,
Yeah, that would be yes, that would be uh, yeah, broken. But not explode. I don't think explode. It's exaggerating.
it's an egg. It
Yeah.
can explode.
Okay.
But guess what? There's some people who are castrated.
You
Actually,
think so?
that doesn't count. That doesn't count. You know, but I don't know if you've witnessed the martial arts, right? There's some people through martial arts, they actually train themselves and they train the muscles around their legs to where if you hit them, you know, they can prevent you from making contacts. It's always Chinese people. I wonder why it's always Chinese people. I wonder if size has anything to do with it. But you see, because I've not really ever seen a black person try it. I've never seen a black person do that thing where, you know, you stand and someone takes something and hit you in the private part. So maybe I could be wrong about that. Come to think of it,
What's going on in your head? But okay, it's okay. Sorry, it's all okay. we hear us. If you have asked questions, I am here to. So
are
it
you?
makes no sense.
What God do you believe in? What God do you believe in?
There is only our God. I cannot be so egoistic and take God in possession and exclude others from it. You cannot take God in possession and exclude others from it. It's impossible.
Which
There is
God?
only our God. Our
Listen,
God. Our
listen,
God.
listen. I
Our God.
said, which God do you believe in?
Our God.
Our God.
Exactly.
Which one is that?
There is only one. Only that's the only one
Who's our
for
God?
everyone.
Who's our God?
That is just difficult. The maker of the earth. Yeah. The maker of the game.
Who told you that?
That
Who told you that?
know things and I have think much,
Thank you for your
If
time,
it
my
is
brother.
not logic, then then you see it like that. But if it's the logic, what I'm telling you, maybe you should ask for more. Maybe, I don't know.
Thank you for your time, brother.
Okay. Sleep well. Nice to be.
So, what if imagination is a basic element of reality?
Imagination is a realistic function of reality, but where unrealistic scenarios can be formulated. So there are some things we imagine that can be consistent with reality as we observe it. And we also have the ability to formulate things within our imagination that do not exist outside of our imagination as formulated. For example, right now, I am imagining that I am your father, that your mother is my wife, and she is my seventh wife. I'm imagining it. And yet, I have never seen your face. I don't know you, but I'm imagining it. Now, this thing I have imagined is only true in my head. True or false?
Yeah, it's only true in your head. Yeah.
The
So it's
God, the
false.
God you believe in is only true in your own head. Simple as that. It's
Yeah,
not
sure. They
complicated.
also.
It's not complicated. It's not complicated at all.
Yeah, but if you look at like there is quantum physics talking about how what we perceive is already is there because we believe it.
Whether you use quantum physics or you use Bantu physics, it is still quantumly non-existent.
What if imagination is the power of God?
Do you know why you said what if? Because it is not. That's why you said
Hmm.
what if. If it was, you would not say what if. The only imagination is the power of the human brain.
But we have a society and we have a lot of our planet.
Imagination you can use your imagination is a tool. Your imagination is a
Sure.
function of your brain. So if you learn how to use your brain, you'll be able to use your imagination in a productive way to imagine
Correct.
things that are real rather than things which are not.
Yeah.
To imagine solutions to problems. In fact, use your brain to imagine solutions to problems rather than imagining scenarios to entertain yourself. That's why
But I noticed that.
Africa cannot be great, because Africans use their imagination to be imagining heaven and hell, fictional places, rather than imagining how to build roads, new technologies to improve medicines. Your brain you can use your imagination to imagine problems you cannot solve, or you can use your imagination to imagine solutions for problems you can solve. But in order for you to do that, you have to use your eyes and your senses to analyze the problem. When you analyze the problem and you understand the problem, you now take that data and you imagine a solution. And then once you've imagined a solution, you try the solution out. If it doesn't work, you make adjustments until you get it just right.
Yeah, I also see that imagination is a very powerful tool. It has an effect on you, whatever you imagine. If you imagine God, believe in God, you may get some power out of that. If you imagine like meaninglessness, you will feel weak, or you'll feel nothing, or whatever. But okay, about the problems, what if they are just there because you imagine them?
If the problem is just there because you imagine them, then the next time you can, let me put it this way, you can climb a very tall tree and jump. And then when you land on the ground, tell me if you imagined it. The next time someone put the guns against your head, tell them to pull the trigger. Then tell me if you imagined it. In fact, slap yourself right now and tell me if you imagined it. You see, you know the difference between things which are imaginary because it's practical, against things which are not imaginary because they are practical. Okay? Your body has sensory organs. You can sense, you can detect things which are real.
Okay, but just because this is all you experience with your senses doesn't have to mean that this is all that exists. Because it's just
that's what exists. Reality is not independent of your senses. Reality is the state of the world as it is rather than what you have imagined.
Did you say that reality is dependent on your senses?
Yes. Reality is based on how accurately your senses can do what they are supposed to do to their maximum potential, but not outside of them.
So what is reality? What is reality?
The state of the world as it is rather than imagined.
Sure.
That's the definition of reality. Listen, the word reality comes from the word realize. Realized. Realized. What's real is what you have realized. What you have not realized is not real.
What have you...
It may or may not be there. So you have to use critical thinking. It may, and you cannot live your life based on what could or could not be. You can only live your life based on what is. And if you ignore what is and you focus on what could or could not be, when you face what is, you will never be prepared for it.
Sure. So what? Yeah. So what have you realized about reality?
That there is no God, and that my life is temporary, and that I have to work to survive, and that pain and suffering are real sensations, and that if I don't make wise decisions, I would accumulate pain. If I make wise decisions, I can avoid as much pain as possible. But that I also have the power to endure a very high amount of pain. So I've also realized that as time goes by, if I maintain a discipline, I increase my tolerance of pain. And the stronger my tolerance of pain, the greater things I can accomplish. But eventually, even my body will get tired. That's why as you grow, you see, human beings grow. We grow until we hit our prime. Once you hit your prime, your body begins to shrink because your body is not producing new cells at the same rate anymore. So that tells you that my existence is temporary.
Yeah, I would say your body is temporary.
I am my body. There is no
me.
Your body. There's no me without my body.
How can you experience your body?
I cannot exist through my senses.
Through your senses?
Yes. And if I'm not
So,
if I'm not able to sense any part of my body, I am disabled.
but you know what the senses does?
It
They
your senses collects information from your environment
sure, and where does
and
the
sends it to
information
the
go?
brain.
To the brain. But the thing is that your brain is also a organ that receives information. Where does this information
It
go?
doesn't just receive the information, but it can analyze the information, and then
It
you,
decodes it.
huh?
It decodes it.
Analyze,
Decoding. Yeah,
analyze.
yeah. But my point is that the information goes somewhere, and that
Your senses do the decoding, and then sends the product of the decoding to your brain, and your brain analyzes it, and then
but
you are able through your brain to utilize your bodily parts as tools to facilitate your experience on earth.
yeah, but the senses is just also a tool. It's not only the senses that exist, you and the senses. You that receives through the senses. You
Let
have
me
an
tell you something.
awareness.
The senses, the senses are a tool, but those tools, you don't control them. I mean, you have a minimal control over them. Like you cannot control what the temperature is in the room. You cannot control how you feel if the temperature is 100 degrees and you're outside. You cannot
Yeah.
decide that you don't want to feel hot unless you use your brain to analyze the situation. Use your imagination to imagine a solution. So if I am hot because it is hot outside, I can use my imagination to build a house and then build an air conditioning unit. And
Yeah.
human beings did that. And it took us years, but we did that. Right?
My question is here, who is receiving all of this information through the senses?
It's not who, it's what.
So, what are you?
Flesh and blood.
But flesh and blood is just it's the body, it's what you experience, it's what you perceive.
Flesh and blood within
Who
a
is
specific
perceiving?
flesh and blood within a specific constitution. So it's not just that you are flesh and blood, but it's how the flesh and blood is shaped, structured, and organized.
Sure, it's in a
That
certain
is
way so
why
you
that
can
is
be.
why your different bodily parts internally, we call them organs. Organs, organized
Yeah.
organs, right? And it is the joint combinational function of these organs that allow you to be you. So if your kidney stops working, you are now disabled because there is an organ that's not organizing within the system that you are to allow you to live. You might still live, but you live in a state of pain and suffering.
Sure,
And
but what
and
is it?
ultimately, when all your bodily functions cease, you die.
Are you
That's what
sure
death
that you
is.
disappear? So you maybe just, what if that is just an imagination
Brother
that you cease to
Steve,
exist? I mean, you think it's nothing when you pass away.
brother,
What if death is an?
where were you before you were in your mother's womb?
I don't remember.
You're not gonna remember where you're gonna be after you die because you didn't exist. You won't exist. You know what? You know what you need in order to remember? You need a brain to remember something. If you don't have a brain, you cannot remember. Remembering is something that only something that has a brain can do. So if your brain is not working, how would you remember? You didn't have a brain. After you die,
But
your brain will turn to, it will be meat for maggots. So there will be no
what, what,
thinking. You won't be thinking. There will be no thought. You won't have a sense of self.
what is it that perceives these thoughts?
Like I
Is it the
said,
body?
it's a function of the brain.
Okay.
Electrochemical impulses. Go and study neuroscience. Okay? There's a network within your
Yeah.
body that allows information to travel through your senses, either by touch, smell, taste, hearing, or sight.
Yeah.
And there's different combinations, right? There's some things that you see, but you don't quite understand it until you hear it. Then you really get a deeper understanding. But then when you touch it, then your understanding improves even more. There are some things that you can smell, but you don't really understand it. But once you taste it, ooh, you really understand it. Once you
Yeah.
touch it, then you really understand it. Then there's some things that you cannot fully understand unless you can see, smell, taste, hear, and touch it.
Sure, you got to experience it. But I have another question. Do you think something can exist by itself?
Say that again.
Can something exist by itself?
As in, what do you mean by that?
Like isolated from everything else? Like a stone or a tree or a planet?
No, nothing can exist by itself because everything is in a system.
Exactly.
Everything is in a
How
system.
about how about the universe? Can
The
it
uni-
exist by itself?
the universe itself is an idea that we use to imagine what it would be like if everything that has ever existed, will ever exist, and exists right now were all put in one place at one point. That's the idea of the universe.
Sure.
Everything, everywhere, every time, past, present, future. It's an idea. But literally, the universe, you cannot compare it to yourself in that sense because the universe is made up of different things, different shapes, different forms at different places. It's an all-encompassing idea in of itself.
Sure. Do you
Immeasurable,
think
immeasurable, innumerable, unquantifiable. So when you say the universe, you're really talking about infinity to infinity. You're talking about eternity.
sure all of reality?
Even beyond reality. Anything that exists, even if you haven't realized it, regardless of what shape or form it takes, is the universe. There is no outside the universe. It's only inside the universe.
I have a question. Why do you think God cannot exist?
Because God is an idea that human beings made for their entertainment, like
Sure,
Superman.
there are many ideas of God, but like I'm thinking about God beyond these ideas, like as an aspect of reality,
If it's
intelligence, as
if
an
it's a, if it's
intelligence.
if it's an aspect of reality, why haven't we realized it?
Some have.
Like who?
Well,
Who?
I could say I maybe Buddha or I myself feel that I have. Many others have.
You
There are people
feel
that
you feel like you have, or you know that you have.
I know something.
You know what?
The the basic intelligence
What basic intelligence?
of everything.
What is that?
It's the element of everything.
Do you know what intelligence is?
Sure, it's a conscious. It's a property of. Well, I need to.
Stop using words that you don't know what they mean.
Sure, what is it?
Intelligence is the ability to acquire knowledge and skill. To
The ability.
acquire knowledge and apply skill. To acquire knowledge, to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. That's what intelligence is. It's a byproduct of physical matter in the form of a life form. So you can have a life form which is not intelligent. Then you can have a
Yeah,
life form which is intelligence. But something only needs to be intelligence out of necessity because it cannot survive otherwise. It is a
yeah,
property of evolution. It's
sure.
it's something that is gained throughout time. That's why a baby might have a certain level of intelligence, but it has a very low intelligence because its
Yeah,
ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill is very low. So it's catered upon, right? Until
yeah.
it reaches a point of maturity.
There's also creativity. Something comes out of. You can just imagine something out of nothing. That's also a sort of intelligence, I
It's
would say.
impossible to imagine something out of nothing. Every something you imagine is inspired by something.
Yeah,
Something you have
sure.
felt, something you have seen, something you've tasted, or a combination of all of it.
So you don't believe that in free will, for example,
No.
that you have the free will to
The will,
imagine anything.
the will of man is limited by what man is. Your will is limited by what you can do and what you cannot do. If you had free will, then there will be no distinction. There will be nothing you cannot do, pretty much. So if you can think of one thing that you can't do, then your will is not free. You have freedom within the limitations of your will. So once you understand the boundaries, then you can. It's like your house, right? Your house is your house, but your neighbor's house is not your house. So once you know the boundaries of your own house, then you can walk around naked. You're free within the boundaries, the limitations of your own house. You can walk around naked. You can sing kumbaya. You can speak in tongues. You can fuck. You can have children. You can build a family. But you cannot fuck and have children and then go and live in your neighbor's house. You don't have that freedom because your neighbor is also doing the same thing. He needs his space. But your will is limited. And understanding that your will is limited will help you focus on the things that you can actually achieve, right? Chasing something which is not achievable is a waste of time. Do you know what it means, that waste of time? Anytime someone says they're wasting time, that means that they were chasing something which is not achievable, and then they realize that it's unachievable. So now they have
What do you think about the placebo effect? Do you know about that? The placebo effect.
A placebo effect?
Placebo effect, yeah.
Yeah, it's an induced delusion to allow your mind. There are some things that your body can do on its own, but sometimes our conscious thought prevents our body from doing those things itself. So a placebo effect is like a deception induced upon the body to kind of like interrupt the mind's connection to the body so that the body can do its work, sometimes for healing purposes.
Okay.
For example, you have malaria, but you already have immunity. And the fever is rising. And in your mind, you're just thinking, oh, I'm going to die. So you relax, you give up, right? But if I told you that, hey, this is divine water, and this is the cure to malaria, this right here, if you eat 5 of this, you will be cured of malaria. So I take the peanuts and I do this.
Yeah.
I say take 2 sips.
However,
take 2 sips of the divine water. I can feel it. I can feel the divinity. It just floats. I can feel it flowing. You know what? If I don't drink all this divine water, somebody might steal it.
yeah, but however, you could you say that
Hold up, my brother. Let me finish absorbing the divine water now.
Yeah.
Now I've absorbed divine water. And now I start thinking to myself, oh, wow, I can feel the malaria going away. I can feel it going away. You know what you do? You're boosting your immune system. Because what you're inadvertently doing is you're telling your brain is sending signals to your immune system that it is strong, that it can do what it needs to do. Your brain is not resisting your immune system. Sometimes your mind can work against your body. It's a biological fact. So placebo effect works in that way. It doesn't always work 100% because sometimes some situations the person is sick beyond repair, you know.
Yeah, but however, let's talk a little bit about belief. Could you say that belief has an effect on you or a human being?
Of course.
So whatever you believe, it has an effect on you, whether it's positive or negative.
Of course.
So why not just use this ability of belief for only the positive and disregard the negative? We could like utilize it for something good.
One simple reason. Because belief cannot be trusted. In this moment, you can believe that what you're doing is right, but you will only know if it's right after the consequences have appeared. And because belief doesn't follow any specific formula, belief is primarily motivated by feelings rather than facts. Every time you force yourself to believe something void of facts, void of knowledge, you always get undesired results. That's why beliefs is something you need to be very careful with. It's a double-edged sword. Okay? Listen, let me tell you something. Let's say my neighbor and I don't get along with my neighbor. I have been fighting with my neighbor for the last 5 years. Then I come home one day and somebody has beaten my child to death. And one of my friends says it was my neighbor. And I just believe my friend. So I come home. I just go to my neighbor's house and I'm angry. I believe, right? That belief has motivated me to allow anger to rise in my body. Then I beat my neighbor, beat my neighbor, beat my neighbor. Come to find out, nobody beat my son. My son was attacked by the dogs. It was the dogs that killed my son. But because I believed my friend, who told me something that I did not verify, and I trusted my friend, I did not find out that my friend was lying until it was too late. Now, if my friend tells me that my neighbor beat my son, and I don't believe my friend, naturally, I'll go and investigate. But if I believe my friend, I'll have no need to investigate. So it doesn't mean I will not listen to my friend. I listen to my friend. But if my friend doesn't give me proof, I cannot just believe my friend and start acting based on that belief. That's why it's preferable to have knowledge. Knowledge is grounded in facts and evidence to justify.
Yes.
Now, beliefs on minute things, on the simple things of life, some of the simple things, belief is okay. But the more responsibilities you have, the more you cannot afford to form beliefs that are not consistent with reality. And when a belief is consistent with reality, it is no longer belief, it's now knowledge. Because it's there.
Sure.
It's there, not because you think it, but because you can see it, you can prove it.
Yeah. And what do you think about intuition? Do you believe in that? Like you can sense something before you even seen it.
This is the best way that I can define intuition to you. It's not magic.
No.
Imagine what it is like when all your 5 senses are detecting the same thing at the same time, in the same way. It is not a very familiar feeling that it's not something that human beings do on a daily basis or 24/7. You know, at every given point in time, human beings, we are always either focused on what we are seeing more than what we smell and taste and feel with our skin. At some other times, we are always focused on what we can smell. You know, when I'm eating these peanuts, I'm mostly focused on what I am eating, how it tastes. My brain is literally focused only on that one taste. But every once in a while, your brain is simultaneously focused on what is coming into your eyes, your nose, your tongue, your skin at the same time. And because of its strange nature, you start feeling like, I'm feeling like I shouldn't go that way. I can feel danger that way. You know? And if you ignore that feeling and you go, you realize that your senses were telling you the truth.
Yeah.
So within a human being's biology, there's a real physical product. We call it instinct. Animals work like that. Like a dog. The nose of a dog and the ears of a dog are always working together. A lot of times, animals have evolved because they live in a very difficult environment. It's not magic. It's not spiritual either. It's very biological.
Yeah.
That's what
I
instincts
see.
are. Okay? That's what instincts
Yeah.
is. It's like, example, let's say you walk into your daughter's room and you see an old man in your daughter's bed. Your instinct will kick in. You go into defensive mode.
Yeah.
You know what you have to do.
Yeah. Okay, but thank you. I have to go. It was nice
Thank you for your
to.
time.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I would like to stay online, I haven't been online in a while. And I cannot afford to go more than 4 hours today. And we are right on the threshold of 4 hours. But I do thank everybody. I appreciate everyone. I miss streaming on my phone. Today was good, streaming on my phone. Hey, brother Sauce, just catch me later on today, bro, in about 12 hours. I'll try to come back in about 12 hours before I head to work later tonight. Divine peanuts. I know, guys. I know many of you guys have missed Bakanga and the entertainment. I hope you were entertained, my brothers and sisters. And hopefully, maybe you learned something. Yeah? Even if you didn't learn anything, at least I hope you were entertained. Whether you're religious or not religious. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say religious people don't get too mad just because we're saying there's no God. At least you can stay here and be entertained. You feel me? Of course, I had this recorded. That's usually how I can tell the time because I'm looking at the recording. So yeah, I'll definitely post this on YouTube, y'all. But thank you so much, everyone. I don't have my computer today to play music. Thank you to everyone who sent me gifts as usual. As a matter of fact, this is offering time. Jesus says, if you sow a seed into Bakanga's ministry, you will get to sit first class on the aircraft that will fly you to heaven when you die. You will get to sit in the front of the bus that drives to heaven. Ay, 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 ay. Sow a seed. And Jesus would triple fly. Huh? Jesus would triple fly. If you just got paid today, send your whole paycheck. And Jesus would multiply your next paycheck. If you have money that you want to go and pay for your mortgage, don't pay mortgage with that money. No. Bring it. Send it to Bakanga. And God will just give you that house. Look, there's probably some pastor out there saying this bullshit to his congregation, and they're really doing it. I'm like, man, did I pick the wrong line of work? Damn. Did I mess up? Damn, maybe I'm playing for the wrong team, man. Congratulations. If Jesus Christ healed you, now sow a seed. Shepherd 18. If Jesus Christ really healed you, I want you to send me your next paycheck as an offering of thanksgiving. Okay? Don't you dare remove even 1 cent. What happened to your charity, my dear Christians? Of course, it's all in good humor. All in good humor, y'all. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay blessed, y'all. Bakanga is about to be out of here. And hopefully I see you guys later today. Because it's already September 12th where I'm at. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. And yeah, then we're going to get some sleep. Today was my only day off this week. Until next time. Viola. Oh, I will see you guys on September 16th here on TikTok. I'm not yet ready to get Charlie Kirk. Huh? I am not ready to get Charlie Kirk. Because to be honest, to avoid those type of situation, it takes a lot of planning. And I did not do no planning this year. Oh, apparently, guys, did y'all see the video? The video of the guy that shot Charlie? He's a white guy. White on white violence. Dear black people, how can we help our white brothers and sisters fight against white on white violence? What can we do to help the white community? This white on white violence is getting out of hand. And why is it that when white on white violence happens, it always happens on television? It's like they want everybody to see it. This one is divine groundnut. You cannot eat this one with gari. You have to eat it raw, as it is. Nobody's gonna see Jesus. Jesus doesn't exist. Okay? The only ones that exist is me and you. Let us treat each other with love and respect and kindness. That's it. Jesus does not exist. Only you, only me, only us exist. So let us treat each other with love, kindness, and respect. Saying that Jesus exists all day long and you still treat other people like shit. What's the purpose of calling Jesus his name? Even your Bible says Jesus is going to reject you. So stop focusing on the name of whatever God you're talking about. Focus on treating your fellow human beings with love, kindness, and respect. Focus on that part. When you fail, get back up. Apologize to each other. Forgive those that offend you. You don't need a religion. That's just self-discipline and empathy. You don't need a religion unless you're lazy. You are behaviorally lazy. Characteristically lazy. Mentally lazy. So what do Christians say? Do unto others as you want done unto you, right? If you are really out here treating everybody else the way you want to be treated, what else do you need? Nothing else. Nothing else. Hey, hold up. Please, praise and worship to Sister Viola in the comment section, who is the only member of this congregation that has paid her offering today. $20. 20 divine dollars. Don't forget it. Thank you so much, Viola. Many blessings, as always. Thank you for always supporting me. And to the rest of you, I will see you in hellfire. Don't ask me to give you my magma juice when we get to hellfire. Don't come to me in hellfire asking that, oh, you want to stay in my volcanic hotel. Eh? Don't ask me, because you know there's going to be volcano and magma and fire. And you know the wealthy citizens of hellfire, they live in the volcano. Hey, brother IBM, I've been good, my brother. I've been good. Bro said he's already in hell. maybe you're already in hell, man. Work hard, work hard. But look, y'all, I've already been online for 4 hours and 4 minutes. I gotta go. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay blessed, okay? Bakanga is out.